Alright, so now we're going to get into one of my favorite programming languages, which is PHP. So what is PHP? It's an open source server-side programming language that's used to build powerful web applications. Now the way that it works is you have a server and you can install PHP onto it, and we can create files with a .php extension, and then the server can parse those files based on the extension and return plain old HTML that's sent to the client or the browser. The PHP code cannot be seen from the browser, so even if you were to open the source code, you'll simply see the generated HTML. PHP code can be directly embedded into HTML using a set of PHP tags. So you would open it with this less than question mark PHP, you'd put your code in here, and then you'd end it with question mark greater than. Alright, so PHP is an advanced language with a ton of features, but at the same time, it's really easy to learn. If you compare it to something like Java or C# or something like that, it's fairly easy. It's loosely typed. You don't have to define the types of your variables and all that. So it's easy to learn. It was actually one of the first languages that I learned, and I still love it to this day. It's executed on the server, as I said, and then generates HTML that's sent to the client. It's also interpreted at runtime, so there's no need to manually compile it like you would with some other high-level languages. And that's another reason why it's really easy to learn. So what's needed to run PHP? Well, it's cross-platform, so it can be run on Linux, Windows, or Mac. Most of the time, if you have an actual production environment, it's on a Linux machine. So if you go to, let's say, HostGator or some kind of hosting service and you purchase a hosting plan, usually it's going to be Linux-based. But it can also run on Windows. It can run on an IIS server. But generally it's on Linux. Now, a database such as MySQL or Postgres, these aren't required. You can run PHP without a database, but most of the time you're going to be developing applications that need to store data in some format, and you're going to need a database. All right, but it can run without it. All right, and MySQL, Postgres, these are relational databases, and traditionally that's what PHP works best with, but there are drivers to use NoSQL databases like MongoDB and things like that. You can also use bundled software like XAMPP or XAMPP, and also WAMP server. These are programs that will give you PHP, an Apache server, and a MySQL database. So it bundles these things together. And this is great for development environments, and that's what we'll be using throughout the course and throughout this section. So why would you use PHP? So for one thing, it's free, it's open source, it's relatively easy to learn. As I said, it's cross-platform. It can run on Linux, Mac, Windows. It's very, very popular and widely used, so that means that it has really good support. It has great documentation. Any function that is available in PHP, you can just go to php.net/ and then that function, and it'll give you full documentation, examples, comments, everything you need. So it's one of the most well-documented programming languages there are. It's fast and reliable, has very good performance. It works great with databases of all types, so relational databases as well as NoSQL databases. It's multi-paradigm, meaning that you can choose which way you want to program. You can use regular functional programming, or you can use object-oriented programming, which we'll get into later. There's also tons of frameworks available that basically they just give you a kind of a boilerplate to work with. All right, so they'll set up routing, they'll set up database access, models, views, templates, things like that. So you have Laravel, CakePHP, CodeIgniter. These are just some of the very many extensive frameworks that are available. in PHP. So what you would do, as I said, you would create a file on your server, give it a PHP file extension, open up your PHP tags, and then add some code, and then save the file and view it in a web browser. And you can easily go to whatever that file is, the file name .php. So if you were on, let's say, something.com and you uploaded a file called index.php, then you could go to something.com/index.php. And in fact, it works just like HTML, whereas if you name it index, that's what's going to load automatically. So even if you just went to something.com, it's going to load up index.php, unless, of course, you had an index.html file. All right, hopefully that makes sense. So this is a very, very simple example. This would be in an index.php or whatever file name you want. And you can see it's just an HTML document. The only difference is in the body we have some PHP tags, and then we're saying echo hello world. All right, echo is basically print. It's going to just output whatever you put here. In this case, it's a string of hello world. All right, so this is an actual functioning PHP page. All right, so I'm just going to briefly go over some of the simple fundamentals of PHP. So variables will hold different types of data, and these work just like variables from any other language. They do have to begin with a $sign. Okay, all your variables have to have a $sign at the beginning, and the name of the variable must start with either a letter or an underscore. All right, it cannot start with a number. They can contain numbers. Okay, variables can have numbers, letters, and underscores. They just can't start with a number. So if we look down here at the bottom, you'll see two examples. We have a variable called myvar, and we're setting it to hello world, which is a string. Here we have a variable called underscore mynum, and we're setting it to the number 5. Okay, so strings will have quotes around them, numbers will not. Arrays are variables that hold multiple values. Here's an example of creating an array. So you can see it's a variable with a $sign, and we're setting it to array, and then in parentheses we're adding our values. In this case it's 3 strings, val1, val2, and val3. Now this block of code right here will do the same exact thing that this is doing. It's just kind of the long version. We're setting an array to a blank, or a variable to a blank array. Then we're adding the first value, which is val1, and you'll notice it's a 0. Arrays are 0 based. Okay, so the first value in any array is always going to be at the 0 index. And then you can see we have 1, which is equal to val2, and then 2, which is equal to val3. Now if we want to access any of these, you can see we're going to echo out my array, and we're passing in 1, which will be val2. All right, and we'll get into more advanced stuff later on with arrays, such as associative arrays. Functions work just like functions in any other language. They're blocks of code that do stuff that we can define, and then we can call them to run them. So in this example here, we have a function named greet, and all it's doing is it's going to echo out the string hello world. Now just declaring it isn't going to do anything. We have to call it. Okay, so we call it with the function name and then some parentheses. We can also pass in parameters. Over here we have a function named greet that takes in a greeting variable, all right, and then just echoes that out. And then down here, this should actually have a greeting in here, such as hello world. So submitting data from a form, this is another really nice feature of PHP, is that we can catch form data. So you can see we have an HTML form with a method of post. That's the type of request it's going to make to the server. Then we have an action attribute, which is script.php. That means that this form is going to be submitted to this file. All right, and then it has 2 inputs. One is a name. You can see we have a name attribute of name, and then a name attribute of email. We submit the form to that file, and then in that file we can access these values using the post superglobal. Okay, when you see this $, underscore, and then all caps, that's usually a superglobal. All right, and we can access the name field with post name. We can access email with post email. All right, and this is actually an array. Now we can also get data from URL parameters. So we have something.com/index.php, question mark, and then greeting hello. Okay, so this is a parameter. If we want to add more than one, we just tag them on with an ampersand. Alright, so this is name equals Brad. So then we can access these values inside of index.php by using the get superglobal. Alright, so we can say get greeting and get name. So it's a nice way to pass data along through the URL. Alright guys, this is going to be kind of an extra video added to the section. I just want to show you how to set up an Apache server, PHP, and MySQL on a Linux Ubuntu machine. Okay, so this would replicate an actual server that you would have for your applications in production. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and open up a terminal. Whoops. Okay, so open up a terminal, and we're going to first run sudo apt-get update, and that's going to make sure that we get the latest software from the repository. And you're going to have to type in your password if you use sudo. Basically, we're just saying we want to run it as the root. And let's see, now we're going to run sudo apt-get install Apache 2. Alright, we're going to say yes, and that's just going to install Apache for us. Now, just to check that out, I'm going to open up my browser, Firefox. Okay, and we're going to go to HTTP localhost. And now you can see we have the Apache 2 default page. Alright, so that's all set. Now we're going to install PHP. We'll clear that out, and we're going to say sudo apt-get install. And we want to put PHP 7.0 php-pair lib apache 2-mod php 7.0. Okay, there's a couple packages here, and then also php 7.0 mysql. Click yes. Okay, we'll let that run. Alright, so now what we're going to do is restart Apache. So we're going to say sudo systemctl restart Apache 2. So now what I'm going to do is say sudo, I'm going to use my nano editor, and we want to go to /var/www/html, and let's create a file called test.php. Alright, and then in here, let's just open up some PHP tags, and we'll say echo hello world. And let's see, we'll do Control X and yes to save. And then let's go to localhost /test.php, and we get hello world. Alright, so we now have our Apache server up. We have PHP running and being parsed. Finally, we want MySQL installed, so we'll say sudo apt-get install MySQL-server, and we'll go ahead and run that. Yes. Alright, so it's going to ask us a question here. It's going to ask for a password. So I'm just going to put in my password here and repeat it. So it should now be installed. So we'll say mysql-u root-p. It'll ask for the password that we just created. And there we go. So now you can see where our prompt here says MySQL. So we're now inside of the MySQL shell. So we can say create database, we'll say testdb, and we'll run that, and it says query OK, one row affected. And now if we say show databases, and you can see we have our testdb. Okay, so we now have all three. We have Apache installed, PHP, and MySQL. Hey guys, in this video we're going to be setting up our development environment using XAMPP or XAMPP. Okay, it's pronounced both ways. And what this does is it gives us an Apache server on our local machine. It gives us PHP, and it gives us MySQL. And now you can see it says MariaDB, but that's actually a drop-in for MySQL, so it's exactly the same. For what we're going to be doing, there's literally no difference. Alright, and it also gives us Perl, which is another language that we're not going to get into. So we're going to go ahead and download this. You'll see that it's available for Windows, Linux, and Mac OS X. We're going to download the Windows version. Alright, and we're going to set this up, and this is what we'll be using, but I'm also going to do a video showing you how to install everything on a Linux machine, all separately, not using something like this. This is great for development, but you're not going to use this to actually host your website. So I do want to show you how to get that set up. Alright, so I will do a separate video for that. Alright, now this is 109 megabytes, so it might take a minute or two. Oh, no, it's already done. So let's open that. And it's very simple. It's just a Windows installation wizard. We're just going to check through it. And if we check this out, it shows us everything that it's going to install: Apache, MySQL. It also gives us a FileZilla FTP server, a Mercury mail server, and something called Tomcat. Okay, we're not going to use that stuff, but I am going to just let it install. Alright, programming languages, we have PHP and Perl. And then we also have some extras here. phpMyAdmin is a tool that runs in the browser that we can use to admin MySQL databases. So we can create databases, tables, we can do queries, all types of stuff. Alright, we also have Webalizer and Fake Sendmail, but we're not going to get into that. Alright, so I'm just going to click Next. The default location is in the C drive. That's fine. Next. And this Bitnami site opens up. You can just close that out and click Next. Alright, so it's going to go ahead and install. And I'm just going to pause until this is all set. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and uncheck this to start the control panel now, and then click Finish. And the reason for that is we want to run it as an administrator. So I'm going to go to where it got installed, which is C drive, XAMPP, and where we have this XAMPP control.exe. I'm going to go ahead and run that as administrator. Okay, you can choose a language, and then it's going to open up this window here. Alright, now I have a message here that says problem detected, port 8080 is in use. You probably don't have this message unless you do have something that's using that port. But I believe this is only for Tomcat, which we're not using, so I don't think I'll have any issues. But what we want to start is Apache and MySQL. We could go ahead and start it, but what I want to do is install them as a service so that they run in the background. So I'm going to click this red X right here. Alright, it says click yes to install Apache as a service. We'll click yes. And same thing with MySQL, and now you can see they've turned to checks. Now that's why we had to start this as an administrator, because if we didn't, we wouldn't have been able to do that. Alright, so now let's go ahead and start Apache. Okay, so it looks to be successful. We'll start MySQL, and now those two things are running in the background. And if we go over to the browser and we go to localhost, not 3000, I don't want to do that, just localhost, it should redirect you to this dashboard. Alright, and that's the default behavior. Now our web server folder is going to be in C drive, XAMPP, and htdocs. Alright, so this is the root of our server. So what's going on is this index.php file, if I go ahead and let's open that up, and all this file is doing is redirecting to the /dashboard URL. Okay, it's just checking to see if it's HTTP or HTTPS, but then it's just redirecting with the header function, and that's why when we go to localhost, it redirects us to this dashboard page. Now, I'm not going to touch any of this stuff in the root. What we're going to do is just create a new folder here, and let's just call this PHP dev. And inside PHP dev, I'm going to create a file here called index.php. Okay, we're going to then open that up, and let's go ahead and put in some PHP tags. Now we could put HTML in here, but I'm not going to do that right now. Alright, so we have our opening tag and our closing tag. And the closing tag is actually optional, but we're going to just put it here in this case. And then let's just do echo hello world. Alright, and your quotes can be single quotes or double quotes. I tend to use single, but it's all preference. So we'll save that, and then we should be able to go to localhost/php dev. And there we go, we get our hello world. And like I said, we can just stick HTML in here if we want. Let's say we want to wrap this in an H1 tag. And save it, reload, and now you can see that it's formatted as a heading. Alright, and we could even put this inside here if we wanted to. Okay, so if we save that, that'll give us the same thing. In this case, the other way would be best. Alright, so I'm not going to go too much further here. I just wanted to get everything set up. In the next video, I'm going to just start to go over some of the fundamentals, the variables, arrays, and all that good stuff. And then later on, we'll move on to start to work on a project. Alright, so in this video we're going to go over the basic fundamentals of PHP programming, and you may know a lot of this stuff whether you know PHP or another language, but just for the people that don't, I want to quickly go over some of this stuff. Alright, so the first thing we're going to go over is a constant. Now a constant is basically a variable that isn't going to be redefined. Okay, so it's going to stay the same, it's going to stay constant. And the way that we define those is by using the define function. So something that would be a good example of a constant would be your host name. Alright, so we'll say define host name, and then the second parameter will be the value. In this case, let's say localhost. Okay, so that defines a constant. Now if we want to echo that out, we'll say echo host name, save that, and we get localhost. And notice there's no $sign in front. Constants don't use $signs. Alright. Now as we go, I'm just going to comment this stuff out. Okay, so the next thing is going to be a variable. Alright, so let's go ahead and set a variable called user, and we'll set it to John Doe. Okay, and then we'll just echo that out, save that, we get John Doe. So this is acceptable. You can also use an underscore at the beginning like that. Okay, if we reload, that'll work. What you can't do is use a number at the beginning like that. If we try that, we get an error. Alright, you can use numbers, just not at the very beginning. Okay, so if we want to put a number here, we could do that. Alright, that works. Now as far as the data type, this is a string. Okay, notice it has quotes. If we wanted to set a number, we would set that without quotes. Okay, we'll say echo num. Alright, so that echoes out our John Doe and our number 5. Now you can also add variables to strings. So let's say we want to say user. I'm going to change this back to user. I'm going to get rid of these. So we'll say user, and then what we need to do is concatenate a string with a dot. Alright, in JavaScript it's a plus sign. It works the same way in PHP, it's just a different character. So user has, and then we want that num variable. So we're going to go like that. We'll say num donuts. Okay, save that, reload, and we get John Doe has 5 donuts. Alright, so that's how we can concatenate. Now, arrays are basically variables that hold multiple values. Alright, so let's say we want an array called users, and what we'll do is set that to array, and we'll pass in here Mike, Jill, and Jose. Alright, and that gives us an array. Now, if we want to print this out in the browser, we can use print_r and then just pass in users. Okay, so if we save that and reload, you can see it prints out the array. Now, this is something that you're not going to use in a production application. This is used for debugging and just so you can see what you have in the array. Alright, now this isn't the only way we can create this array. We could just use brackets. So if we go users equals and then just open a set of brackets, and then we can just throw those in like that. Alright, and that's going to do the same exact thing. Okay, now if we want to access an individual value, let's uncomment one of these. Let's say we want to get Jill. So we'll say echo users, and then we need the number of her index. Okay, so arrays are 0 base, so it's going to go 0, 1, 2. So Jill would be in the 1 position. So we'll go ahead and reload, and you can see we get Jill. Alright, 2 is going to give us Jose. If we try to do 3, we're going to get an error that says undefined offset, because there is no 3 value. There is no 3 element. Okay, if we want to add to this, we could, of course, just throw it in here. But another thing we could do is we could set it, we could say users 3 equals Tom. Alright, so now if we reload, we get Tom. Now these are just one-dimensional arrays. We also have what's called an associative array. So let me just comment this stuff out. And what we'll do is we'll set a variable called ages and set it to an array, except in here we're going to have, instead of just one value, we're going to have key value pairs. So let's say Karen, and then we're going to set her to 34. Alright, so we have a key on this side, which is a string of Karen, and then we have the value, which is the number 34. Alright, we can add to this. We'll say Larry, set him to 44, and Jeff, we'll set him to 38. Alright, and you might want to put these on separate lines just to format it a little nicer. Okay, and then if we want to access, let's say Larry's age, we can say echo ages, and then in here we can put in the key of Larry. Save that, reload, and we get 44. So those are associative arrays. So now let's move on to functions, which are an important aspect of any programming language. Alright, so let's say functions, and what I'm going to do is create a function here, and I'm going to call it write message or write MSG. And then inside the function, let's do echo hello world. And if I were to save that and reload, we don't get anything because we're just declaring the function here. We're not actually running it. To run it, we want to use the function name and just open up a set of parentheses, reload, and we get hello world. Now normally with a function, you're not using it to output, so you would normally want to return a value, and you do that with return. If I go ahead and reload, we don't see anything here because returning isn't going to output to the browser. If we want to do that, then we can say echo write message. So we're going to echo whatever it's returning, which is hello world. Alright, now functions can also use parameters. So let's say in here we want a parameter called message, and then we want to use that in the body. Alright, so we're just going to return it. Now if I go and I save and reload, we're going to get an error saying it's missing an argument. So we need to pass in an argument. Let's say hello, reload, and we get hello. Now let's say we want to be able to not pass a parameter and have this work. What we could do is set a default value for this parameter. And we do that by just putting an equal sign here, and we'll say hello world. So now if I save it and reload, we get hello world even though I'm not passing anything in. If I do pass something in, we'll say goodbye and reload. That's going to overwrite it, okay, because this is the default value, but this is going to overwrite whatever that default is. Okay, so now let's talk about conditionals. Just comment that out. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to just create a variable called num1 and set it to 20. Alright, and then we're going to do a conditional to see if this is greater than a certain value. So we'll say if num1 is greater than, let's say, 10. And then in here we're going to echo, we'll say yes it is. Save that, reload, and of course we get yes it is. If I change this to 30 and we reload, we get nothing. Okay, because this is not true, so this is not going to run. Alright, now we can add an else here, which I'm sure a lot of you already know how to do this. But we'll add an else, and we'll say echo no it is not. Save that, and that's what we get. Okay, we can also we can do more than one condition. So if we were to create another variable called num2, set that to 10, we could say if num1 is greater, let's see, we'll say greater than or equal to 20, and num2 is let's say less than 20. Alright, so if we save that and reload, we get yes it is, because both of these are true. Okay, now we can also do OR with the double pipe characters, and if I were to change this to 50, I mean 5. Yeah, well, num2 less than 5, which it isn't. But if I save it, we still get yes it is, because one of them is true. This is true, and it has to be this or this. Alright, if I was to change this to and then we're going to get no, it's not, because they're both supposed to be true if we're using and they're not. Okay, so that's conditionals. And then the last thing I want to talk about in this video is loops. Okay, so loops are basically to iterate through as long as some condition is true. Alright, so if something's true, then we want to do something. So first loop we're going to look at is a for loop. Now this is going to take in three different things. First is going to be the set of a variable, so we're going to say I equals 0. The second is going to be the condition. We're going to say as long as I is less than 10. And then the third is going to be an increment. We're going to say I plus plus, which increments it by 1. And notice that these are separated by semicolons. Now in here is going to be whatever we want to happen as long as this is true. Alright, so we'll say echo and let's say number, and then we'll just concatenate that I value. Alright, and then I also want to concatenate a line break. Alright, so we'll save that, reload, and we get number 0 through number 9. Because once this hits 10, it's not true anymore, so this doesn't run. If I wanted it to actually go to 10 here, we could say as long as I is less than or equal to 10, and then we reload and we get number 10. Okay, so that's a for loop. Now we can do the same thing with what's called a while loop. So let's go ahead and do that. Now with a while loop, you're going to set your initial variable outside of it. So we'll say I equals 0, and then while, and the only parameter that while is going to get is the condition. So as long as I is less than 10, then we'll do the same thing. Okay, and then we just want to increment inside the while loop like that. Save, reload, and it does the same thing. Okay, now a for each loop is different. A for each loop is used for arrays. So let's grab the users array that we have up here, and let's say we want to loop through it and output the values. So we could say for each, and then we want to take the users variable, put it in there, and then say as, and then we can make up any variable we want. In this case, user makes sense, and then we're going to echo user, and let's concatenate a line break. Okay, save it, reload, and you can see it prints out our users array. Okay, so that's going to be it for these basic fundamentals. I'm sure a lot of you already know this stuff, so I apologize if it's nothing new. In the next video, we're going to get into the post and get superglobals, and then we'll move on from there. Hey guys, in this video we're going to talk a little bit about PHP data types. Okay, so we have quite a few different data types in PHP. The first one we're going to look at is a string. Alright, so let's create a variable here. We'll call it mystr, and we'll set it to hello world. Alright, now if you ever want to check to see what kind of data type that something is, that some kind of variable is, we can use a handy function called var dump. Alright, which dumps information about a specific variable. Alright, so let's go ahead and save that, and if we run it, we get string, which is the data type, we get the number of characters it is, and the value itself. Okay, so it's a very handy tool for debugging, or just finding issues, or finding information about parts of your application. Alright, now I'm just going to comment this out as we move along. And the next one is integer. Okay, so we'll say myint. Actually, let me just put a comment here. I want you guys to be able to have this afterwards if you want to go back for research. So myint, and we'll set it to 55, and then let's do a var dump, and we'll pass in here my int. Reload, and you can see it gives us the value 55, and it tells us that's it's an int. Alright, same thing goes for negative values. If we go ahead and save that, that's also an int. Alright, now we also have floats. Copy that. So float is a decimal, we'll say 4.4. Save that, reload, and you can see it's a float. Okay, we also have booleans. Boolean is a true false. Oops. So let's say my bool, and we'll set that to true. Save that, and we get boolean. Okay, if we change it to false, that should also work. Okay, the next one that we have is an array. Okay, so we'll say my array equals, and we'll just do a quick array of numbers. And then we'll do a var dump. Okay, it gives us all the values, and not only does it give us the data type of the array, but it gives us the data type for the elements as well, which you can see is int. Okay, we also have null. Okay, so we'll set this to my null. And it just gives us null, okay, nothing else. So those are the data types. There's also an object data type, but I'm not going to get into object-oriented programming just yet. And then there's also resource data types, which are a little more complicated. But these are all the basic data types. Alright, so let's go over some of the functions. And I want to talk about some of the functions for strings. Alright, so the first one we have is string length, or string len, which is strlen. And what that does is it just gives us the length of a string. Okay, save that. Reload, and we get 11. Okay, so if you need to count the characters for something. We also have string word count, if you want the word count of a string. And here we'll just, you know what I'll do is create a variable here. And then we'll just put that in there. Okay, save that. And we get 2. Okay, obviously there's 2 words here. Next one we have is string rev. So this will reverse a string. And let me just copy that. Okay, so strrev. Alright, so string reverse. You can see it gives us the string backwards. Okay, we also have string pause or pose. And that stands for string position. Now for this we're going to pass in another parameter. Let's pass in the word world. Save it. And what it's doing here is it's going to take this and it's going to match it to this, which is hello world, and it's going to tell us the position at which this starts at. Okay, so we get 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then it starts at 6, and that's what it gives us. Okay, we also have string replace. So str underscore replace, and it's passed in here. This is going to take in 2 more parameters. So what we're going to do is we're going to look for Actually, the first parameter is what we want to look for. So let's look for the word world. The second parameter is what we want to replace it with. We'll say Brad. The third parameter is the string itself. Alright, so if we go ahead and reload, you can see we get hello Brad. Okay, so it finds the world and it replaced it with Brad. Alright, so those are some of the most common string-based functions. Alright, so let's talk about math and numbers, okay, because we have some functions that are dedicated to math. And there's a lot more than what I'm going to go over, but I'm not going to go over all of them. Alright, if you want to learn more about specific functions, php.net is a fantastic site for documentation for PHP. You can type in any function in the URL and get all the information you can on that function. Alright, so let's start with max. Okay, so what max does is it'll take some values and it'll return the max of those values. So let's pass that in, reload, and it gives us 3844. That's the max. Okay, if I add 4 to that, reload, gives us that because that's the max of all these numbers. Alright, and as you can imagine, we also have min, which does the same thing just for the minimum. Okay, so reload that and we get 2. Okay, min max, we can also get the absolute value. So if we say echo ABS and pass in 5, reload, of course that gives us 5. If we want the absolute value of -5 and reload, that's also 5. Okay, so that's the absolute value. We can also round numbers here, so if we say echo 4. We'll say echo floor 4.3. Save that, and that'll round it. That'll round it down. I think it'll always round it down. Even if we say 4.7, it'll round it down. If we want to round it up, then we have CIEL, CIEL. Okay, we run that. What is CEIL? I before E. Okay, so that gives us 5. We also have rand if we want to generate a random number. Okay, that can come in handy. Reload, and it gives us a random number every time I reload. And the default is 5 characters. Now I can also specify a number range. So let's say we want a random number from 10 to 30. Reload, and it'll give us something in between 10 and 30. Okay, comes in very handy. Alright, so that is numbers. Now we also have a date function in PHP that is pretty helpful. Alright, so let's say we want to echo, let's put in a string. This is, no, we'll say the date is, and then let's concatenate on date, and I'm just going to concatenate a line break. Alright, so let's see what that gives us. Okay, so date is going to expect at least one parameter, and that's going to be the format. Alright, so let's say we want year/month/date. Okay, so the date is 2016 10/10. Now you can format this pretty much any way you want. I'm going to copy this, and then let's change the slash to dots and reload, and you'll see now we get it with dots. Okay, if we want to use hyphens, we can do that. Okay, any way you want. And the format is very customizable. Let's say we just want the day. we can actually pass in L for that. And I'm going to change this to the day. Reload, and we get the day is Monday. Let's say we want the month. We can put in a uppercase M, and we get the month is Oct. If we want the year, save that, and we get the year is 2016. Let's see if we want the time. Okay, you have a lot of formatting options with time. I'm just going to put one in here. I'm going to put H colon I colon SA. Save that. We get the time is 10:33 and 21 seconds. Now, this is actually not right. It's 4:30 in the afternoon, so the time zone is not correct. So we can actually set that. Okay, so what we can do is we can say date underscore default underscore time zone underscore set. Okay, and I'm going to set my time zone to America / New York. Alright, and then let's grab this again, paste that in, reload, and now you can see that it's 4:34. Okay, we can also use a function called string to time, which will actually take a string and convert it into a time as long as it can basically find a match for it. So we're going to say D equals string to time, or str to time, and inside here we'll say 11 o'clock a.m. Let's say January, I'm just guessing a date here, 10th, 2015. Alright, so that's a string that we're passing into the string to time function. Alright, and then I'm going to grab that, and we'll say the date is, and inside the date function here we're going to pass along another parameter, which will be that D. Okay, that D variable. Reload, and then we get the date is 2015 1/10. Okay, so you can take a string and turn it into a date. And this is even smart enough to take in keywords like tomorrow. Okay, so if we go and we reload that, it gives us tomorrow's date. Alright, so it's pretty cool. But I think we're going to stop here. This is a good document for you to keep just for reference. And that's it for this video. Hey guys, in this video we're going to cover the post and get super globals. Alright, we're going to do that by creating a simple project. We're going to have a user registration form that we can fill out and submit to a PHP script, and then we can grab the info that's submitted and display it back on another page, on a profile page. And then for the get super global, we're going to check for, we're going to just do some simple validation, and if there's an error, if there's a blank field in the form, we're going to send that error message in a URL parameter that we can then use get to display it on the screen. So in our index PHP file here, let's go ahead and just create a HTML template, and for the title we'll say register form, and we're going to use this W3 CSS framework, which is really nice. It's kind of like Bootstrap, but it's much lighter. We just want to include the CDN link here. So I'm just going to grab that, paste that in the head area, and then we should be able to use that. Alright, now what we want to do is create a form. So we're going to, let's see, we're going to go into the body, and let's wrap everything in a div. Okay, and I'm going to use some of these W3 framework classes. So let's say W3 card, W3 margin, and W3 padding. Okay, so that's our container div, and then inside that we're going to have an H1, and we'll just say register. Actually, let's make it an H2. Okay, and then we're going to put in our form, and we're going to give this form a class of W3 container, and inside the form let's put a label. Okay, this label is going to get a class of W3 label and then W3 text blue. Alright, and right here let's we'll say first name, and then right under that we'll have an input, and that's also going to get a class of W3 input and W3 border. Alright, and that's also going to be type text. So let's go ahead and copy the label and the input, and I'm going to put a line break in between these, and one more, and then a line break, and then we'll have the button, which will be an input type submit, and we'll give it a value of submit. Alright, so first name, and then the next one after that will be last name. So we're going to change the label. This one here will be email, and then this one here will be location. Alright, location, I'm actually going to make a select drop down. So I'm going to replace the input text with select and give it the same class, which will be W3 input and what else? W3 border. Okay, and inside the select we're going to have an option and give it a value. Value, and we'll just say location 1. Alright, and then we'll put the same thing for the text. Okay, and then we'll copy that option, and we'll just do location 2 and location 3. Alright, so we have our form. Let's go ahead and reload. Okay, so that's what it looks like. And we're going to add a couple attributes here. So in the form attribute, we want to have a method, and that method is going to be post, and then an action, which is going to be register.php. Okay, now each of these inputs has to have a name for us to be able to grab it when it's submitted. So this will have a name of first underscore name. This will have last underscore name. And let's see, this one will be name equals email, and then the select will be name equals location. Okay, so let's go ahead and save that. Now we should be able to submit this to register.php. If I submit it now, we're going to get this error because we don't have this page created. So let's go ahead and create that in the same folder. I'm going to save this as register.php. Alright, and for now, let's just say hello. Alright, so if we go ahead and reload this and submit, you can see it goes to register.php and we get hello. Alright, so what we want to do is, this is going to be another HTML page, so I'm just going to copy everything we have here and then paste it in here, and then just delete everything from within inside this div. We'll keep this div and delete everything in it. Alright, and then let's change the register form title to user profile, and then in here we'll put in an H2 that says user profile. Alright, now to catch these variables we need to use the post super global. I'm going to go up above all the HTML and open up a set of PHP tags. And what I want to do is put those super globals into variables. Alright, now we can get them with $_post, and then whatever the name of the field, let's say first name. Okay, so if we were to save that, and in here just say test, submit, you can see that we're getting it up here. Okay, so let's put that in a variable called first name, just like that. We'll go ahead and copy that, and we have 3 more values we want to get. So we want the last name, we want the email, we want the location. Okay, so now we can use these variables down here in our profile. Alright, so we'll say, let's see, we'll put an H3 here, and this will be the user's first and last name. So let's do PHP echo first name, and then we'll do PHP echo last name. Alright, and then under the H3 we'll put in a UL, and I don't really care what this looks like, I just want to make sure we can get the data and display it. Alright, so this will be the email, PHP echo email, and then we'll do the location. Alright, so let's save it, reload, and we'll say John Doe email, and we'll choose location 2 and then submit, and there we go. So we have our user profile with the name, the email, and the location. Alright, now normally you would store this stuff in a database. Alright, and we'll get to that later on in the course. For now, I just want to focus on being able to get these post values. Now I'm going to do some basic, very basic validation here. Alright, so inside register.php we'll go under where we created all the variables, and we're just going to do an if statement here. Okay, we're going to say if first name is equal to nothing, or, and I'm just going to copy this, paste it in a couple times. Okay, this one will be last name, email, and location. Okay, so if any of these are empty, then what I'm going to want to do is redirect to the index page, but also include a message in the parameters of the URL. Alright, to do that, to do a redirect, we want to use the header function. Alright, and that's going to take in, we're going to put some double quotes and then say location, colon, and then index.php. And that should do a redirect. Let's try that out. So if I submit with no fields filled out, you can see that it doesn't let us. It goes and it redirects us back to this page. If I fill everything out, now it lets us. Alright, but we want to get a message here. All right, so in the header function here, where we're doing our redirect, we're going to add on a question mark, and we're going to say please. And then if you want to have spaces, then you want to use the % and then 20. That represents a space. So we'll say please fill and then %20 all or in all 20 fields. Okay, please fill in all fields. So we'll save it. And now if I submit, you'll see up here we have please fill in all fields as a URL parameter. So to get that, let's see, we're going to go right above the H2 here, and we're going to want to do an if statement to check and see if that's there. So we'll say PHP if, and I'm going to use a shorthand here. And the way that we do that is with a colon, so we can go like that and then put our condition in here, and when we want to end it, we can do PHP end if. Alright, so that takes away the need to use the curly braces. Alright, now in here what we want to test for is we want to check to see if get, oh, you know what, I didn't name it. Where we have our parameter, we need to set this. I'm going to call it error equals. So error equals please fill in all fields. And then over here we can check with get error. And let's just put a test there. Now if I save this and reload, it's going to complain that it can't find error, even though we're checking for it. So what we want to do is run it through a function called isSet. Okay, so right here we're going to say if is set and then wrap that get error. Okay, so now if we save that, reload, and then submit, you can see it's checking for it. It sees this up here, this parameter, and it gives us this test. So all we need to do now is turn this into that error. Alright, now we're using this W3 CSS, so I want to grab an alert just to make it look a little better. So let's see right here, and I'm going to grab this danger alert, and we'll paste that in there. Okay, and let's get rid of this H3 and get rid of this inside the paragraph, and then we're just going to say PHP echo underscore get error. Alright, so if we save that and we go and we try to submit, now we get our alert and it says please fill in all fields. Okay, if I fill in all the fields and submit, then it gets redirected. Alright, so that shows you how we can use the post and the get superglobals. And like I said, normally you would be submitting this stuff to a database, and we'll get to that later on. Okay, just want to cover these basics first. Hey guys, in this video I'm going to show you how to work with cookies with PHP. Now, a cookie is basically just a small piece of data that you can store in a user's browser, and if you know JavaScript, you may have worked with cookies with JavaScript. Okay, so what we're going to do here is in our index.php file, we have our PHP tag, and then I'm going to set a variable, and we're going to call it cookie name, and let's set it to username. Alright, and then we're going to set cookie val, and we'll set it to I don't know, dev user. And then we're going to call a function called setCookie. Alright, and this is going to take in a couple parameters. First we want the cookie name, then we want the cookie value, and then the expiration. Now this goes by the timestamp. Okay, so it's the number of seconds since the epoch. So basically what we can do is take the time function and then add to it the number of seconds that we want this to last. Let's say we want it to last an hour. So that's 3,600 seconds. Okay, so this will last an hour. And then there's another optional parameter if you want to put in the path. If you want it to be global for the entire domain, you can put in a slash, but we don't need to because that's the default. Alright, so it's going to set this cookie for an hour. And then down here, we'll say if, actually, you know what, let's put in some HTML tags. Oh, I guess I can't do that. Alright, I'll have to type it out. Oh, you know what, I'll just end the PHP. There we go. Okay, so down here, I'm going to open up a set of PHP tags again, and we just want to check to see if this cookie is set. Alright, so we'll say if is not is set, and then the way that we can get a cookie is by using the super global, and then whatever the name. Okay, we'll just put in the variable here, cookie name. Alright, so it's going to check for that, and if it's not set, then let's go ahead and just echo we'll say cookie, and then we'll put in here, we'll concatenate cookie name, is not set. Okay, and then let's do else, and we'll grab that, and we'll say is set. Alright, and then we'll also echo out the value. Oops. Cookie value. Alright, so I'm going to just comment out the set cookie for a second, and we're going to just save that. And we'll say cookie username is not set. Now let's uncomment it and save it and reload. And now we get cookie username is set, cookie value is dev user. Okay. Now if I go to my browser settings, we can actually see this. So I'm in Chrome. I'm going to go to privacy, content settings, and then all cookies and site data, and we're going to go ahead and search for local host. Okay, so it says I have 11 cookies, and you can see this one right here, username. If I click that, content dev user. Okay, it gives us the date it was created, also when it expires, which is an hour from then. So you can see we can get some information on the cookie as well. Alright, so it's pretty simple, and you can use this across pages, and remember it's set on the user's computer, not the server. A session, however, you can use to store data on the server, which we'll get into next. Hey guys, in the last video I showed you how to set cookies in your browser using PHP. Now we're going to move to sessions. Okay, sessions does the same kind of thing. It sets a small temporary, small amount of data temporarily, and except with sessions, it's on the server, not on the client's browser. All right. So first thing we need to do when we're working with sessions is we need to start it up. Okay, so we need to use session_start. Alright, and that has to be on every page that you're going to work with sessions. Alright, now I'm going to just open up some HTML tags. Okay, and let's go in the body and open up our PHP tags. And to set a session variable, all you have to do is use the super global. So we'll say session username, and we'll set that to dev user. Okay, let's set another one. We'll say session email, and we'll set it to devuser@gmail.com. Alright, and it's as simple as that. And then we'll just echo out sessions or session vars set. Okay, we'll save that, reload, we get session var set. Now, usually the reason you want sessions is so that you can have data travel across pages. Alright, so let's go ahead and create another page here, another file. And we're going to save it as, we'll just say page2.php. Alright, and let's make sure we can go to that. Okay, and then what we want to do here, let's just copy this. Okay, now it's important that wherever you're going to use your session variables, you want to have this session start. Alright, and then what we want to do is, let's say, echo, and let's put in the session, the username. So we'll say session username, and then I'm just going to concatenate, and we'll put an S so it has the usernames. Email is, and then concatenate session email. Alright, so let's see if that works. We'll go ahead and reload, and it says dev user's email is devuser@gmail.com. Alright, so we're now successfully passing these variables across pages. Alright, and by default this will last until you close the browser. So in the next video we're going to create a simple bookmarks project where we can store bookmarks in our session variables. Alright, so we talked a little bit about sessions and cookies. So what I'm going to do now is we're going to do a small project here where we can add bookmarks to a very simple application. And we're not going to use the database or anything. We're just going to use sessions. Okay, we're going to store the URL and the title of the website inside of a session, and we'll be able to delete them and clear them out as well. Alright, so I have one file, index.php, and that's all we're going to need for this project. Let's start with just putting some HTML tags in here. And we're just going to call this bookmarker. And we're going to use Bootstrap, but we're going to use a customized Bootswatch theme. Excuse me. So we're going to grab Cyborg. Okay, so we'll copy this link right here and just throw that in. Okay, and let's see, let's get a nav bar. So I'm going to go to getbootstrap.com, and let's go to getting started and examples, and then I'm going to grab, do a control U here, and just grab the nav bar. Alright, we'll paste that in the body. Okay, project name, let's say bookmarker. And then for the links, we're going to have a home link. Alright, so for home, let's do index.php. Okay, we'll get rid of the active class here. Alright, and then I'm actually going to get rid of that, and then I'm going to copy the UL because I want another one, but I want it to be on the right side. So we're going to add a class here called navbarWrite. Alright, and then this is going to say clear all, and it's going to go to index PHP, but we're going to add a parameter on here of action and set that to clear. Alright, so let's go ahead and save that, see what it gives us. Okay, so we can see we have our home link and we have a clear all link. Now we're going to move on to the body of our application. So after the nav, let's put in a div with the class of container. And we're going to have a row. And in here we're going to have two columns, or two divs. This one will be 7 columns, so call MD7. That's where the form will go, and then we'll have call MD5, which is where the bookmarks will go. Alright, so let's create our form. So we'll have a div with the class of form group. Okay, and in here we're going to have a label. We'll say website name. And then input type will be text. Class will be form control. And let's give this a name of name. Okay, I'm going to copy the form group. And this one will be the URL. So we're going to change the name to URL. Okay, and then after that we'll have an input with the type of submit. And the value of submit. And let's give it a class of BTN and then BTN default. Okay, we'll save that. Alright, now the reason it's under the navbar is because of this class right here, navbar fixed top. We're actually going to get rid of that. Alright, so now you can see it's moved down. Alright, now on this side we're going to have our bookmarks, and those are going to be in a session. Okay, so what we're going to do here is let's take care of the form submit. So it's going to have a method of post and then action, and I want to show you something here. We want to submit to the page that we're on, and we could just put index PHP, but another thing you could do is you can say PHP and then use the server super global, and then in here say PHP _ self. Okay, and what that'll do is it'll submit to its own page, to this page. Alright, so what we want to do is go up here now and see if anything's been submitted. Alright, so let's say PHP, and we'll say if is set post, and we'll check for the name. And then let's just do echo submitted. Alright, so we'll go ahead and reload, and if we just add something in there and submit, you can see up here we're getting submitted, so we know that that's working. And what we want to do is we want to create a session variable, and we want that to be an array. We want it to be an associative array that's going to have the index as the name, so like it'll be something like Google, and then the actual value will be the URL, so you'd have HTTP Google. Alright, something like that. Now to use sessions, we need to run session start up at the top here. Okay, and then in here, let's say, let's first check to see if there is actually a bookmark session variable. So is set session session bookmarks. So if it's set, then we just want to add to it. Alright, so session bookmarks, and then we want to use the name as the key. So we'll say post name, and we want to set that equal to the URL. So post URL. Okay, else, if it's not set, then we want to create it. So we'll say session bookmarks equals array, and same thing, we want to have the name. What am I doing? Post name to post URL. Okay. So let's go ahead and save that. Now, if we go ahead and we add a bookmark, it'll get added to the session, but we won't be able to see it. So what we want to do is on this side, we want to look at that session variable and then loop through it, okay, and then spit out each one. So in column 5 here, let's say PHP if we're going to say if is set session bookmarks, then we want a UL, and we'll give it a class of list group. Okay, and then we want to loop through our session array. So PHP for each I want to say for each session bookmarks, okay, because remember it's an array, as bookmark. Alright, actually no, we don't want to do as bookmark, because we want the name and the URL. So what we can do is we'll say as name and then URL. So we should have access to both. So in here we want li, okay, and that's going to have a class of list group item. And in here we should be able to, we'll put an A with an href. Okay, that's going to be the URL right here. So we want to do PHP echo bookmark. Let's see. No, not bookmark. That should be the URL. Alright, and then in here will be the name. So PHP echo name. Alright, let's just try that. Okay, so if we go and reload, and let's say we want to add Google, and then HTTP google.com, and submit, and there we go. Okay, and if I reload, it's still there, okay, because it's in the session. And the URL should also be linked, so if I click that, it takes us to google.com. Alright, so that's what we want. Now I also want to be able to delete these. Let me just add another one here. We'll say Twitter, and let's add that. Alright, so if we want to delete these, let's put right next to it, I'm going to put a set of brackets with an X. That'll be the delete. And we're going to wrap that in a link. Okay, and that's going to go index.php. We're going to say action equals delete, and name equals, and I'm going to say php echo name. Okay, so let's go ahead and reload. Now you can see we have our X, and I'm just going to add a class to that link because I want it to be a different color. So we'll just call it delete. And then up here, let's just throw in some style tags. And we'll say delete color white. There we go. Alright, so now when I click it, you can see up here we get action delete name Google. So let's go up here and basically catch that. So we're going to do an if. So if is set get action. Okay, if set get action and get action is equal to delete, then what do we want to do? We want to basically unset that value. So we'll say unset and then pass in session bookmarks. We don't want to unset the whole variable. We just want to unset that one value from the array. All right, so the key is going to be whatever's in the name. So get name. All right, and then we'll just redirect with header to index.php. All right, so let's try that. Okay, so that's gone. I just want to add it again and click X, and that's gone. All right, good. So the last thing I want to do is I want to be able to clear them all with that clear all link. So let's add a couple more here. Okay, so when we click clear all, it says action clear, so we need to catch that up here. So I'm actually going to copy this, and then we're going to say if action equals clear. And then what do we want to do? We don't want to just unset one element from the array, we want to unset everything. So we're going to say session underscore unset, and then session underscore destroy. Okay, and that should clear everything and then redirect. So let's see, we click clear all and it all goes away. Alright, so that's our application. Very simple. Gives you a good idea of how sessions work, and thanks for watching. Hey guys, in this video we're going to cover object-oriented programming and classes in PHP. Alright, so in this example we're going to create a book class so that we can create book objects. Alright, so we're not going to create the class in our index.php. This is where we're going to instantiate it and work with it. But I'm going to create another file for the class itself. Alright, now many times you'll give the class file name an uppercase beginning letter. So we'll say book PHP with an uppercase B. Alright, and then inside here let's create a class called book. Alright, now a class gets, there's a couple different things. There's properties, or sometimes called attributes, which are basically just variables that can be set to some kind of value. It can be a string or an array or whatever it may be. So when we think of a book, we're going to have a price of that book. Okay, so this is the properties, and we're going to say public price. All right, now the public is an access modifier, and properties and methods can have these. So public means that it can be accessed from anywhere. All right, but we also have private and protected, which I'll get to in a little bit. All right, so a book will have a price, and it'll also have a title. All right, and of course you could go on, you could add an ID, you could add number of pages, whatever it is, any kind of attribute of that book, all right, of a book. So those are properties. Now we can also have methods. So let's say public function, and let's give it, actually we'll say set title. Okay, so set title will take in a title, and then what we want to do is assign that title that's passed in to its property up here. Now we can access properties and methods using this. Okay, if we're within the class and we want to access a property or method, we use this and then this arrow. Okay, so we'll say this title is equal to whatever title is passed in to this function. All right, and then at the same time, let's create a function called getTitle. And getTitle basically is going to do just that. It's going to return this title. Okay, so now we have a class called book, and we have two properties, price and title, and then two methods called setTitle and getTitle. All right, now methods are just functions within a class. So we can actually use this now. So let's save it and then go to index.php. And in order to use it here, we need to include it. So we'll say include book.php. All right, now to create an object using a class, you need to instantiate it. So we're going to create a variable called book1, and we're going to set it to new book, just like that. All right, so let's save that. Now if I reload, nothing happens. All right, we did create an instance, we created a book object, but we didn't do anything with it. So let's say we want to set the title. We can then say book1 set title, and we'll pass in here, we'll just say my book. Okay, save that. Now if I run it, we still don't see anything because we did set a title, but there's nothing to return. So let's go ahead and do the get title now. So we'll say echo book1 get title. Whoops. Now if I reload, we get my book, okay, because we're actually returning the title. All right, now usually when you have an object you're instantiating like this, you want to enter some initial information. So we want to actually set the title when we create the instance. So what I'm going to do is comment these out, and we're going to pass in a title. And I also want to be able to pass in a price. So we'll say $9.99. All right, and then to catch those, we need to create what's called a constructor. All right, and a constructor is a function that runs when it's instantiated. All right, so we're going to say public function, and constructors have a special name you have to call them, which is _construct. All right, so we're going to have it take title and price. All right, and then we're going to just set, for one, we're going to set the title to that property. Same thing with price. All right, and then let's also create get price and set price. Okay, go like that. Okay, so now let's go back here, and we're gonna create the book, add in the title and the price, and then let's see if we can get the title. So we'll save it, reload, and we get my book. Okay, we should also be able to call get price. Reload, and we get $9.99. Alright, so that's how a constructor works. Now, when the constructor runs, I want it to basically just echo out and tell us what class it is. I'm actually going to start it with a line break, so to make sure it's on a new line. And I'm going to say the class, and then we can use this special variable in here. Let's see, we're going to put quotes like that, and inside the quotes we're going to go like that, double underscore class, and then say was instantiated. Okay, so let's save that, and I'm going to comment out the get price and just instantiate it. Oh, that didn't work. Let's see, what did I do? Semicolon. Okay, so the class book was instantiated. So this right here gets the class name for us. Now, in addition to a constructor, we also have a destructor. So I'm going to say public function destruct, and then let's grab this, paste that in, and we'll say destructed. Okay, so now you can see that it gets instantiated, does whatever, in this case nothing, but once it's done loading it gets destructed. Okay, we have a couple, now these are called magic methods, these double underscore functions. We also have one called toString. So what that does is it basically allows us to use the object as a string. So let's say public function double underscore toString. And what we want that to do is, let's say we want it to just return the title. So this get title. Okay, remember we can access any of these functions within any other function using this. So now if we were to create book 1 and then just echo book 1, we get the title. Okay, so that's what toString does. Now we also have what's called static properties and static methods, and basically what those are is they relate to the class itself, not okay, because in this case we're instantiating this book 1 using new book, and then we're using that. Well, if we create a static, let's say we want a static property, we'll say public static, and this would usually be something that you wouldn't really change much, so let's say the store name, and we'll just call it my store. Alright, now if I save this, and even if I go ahead and comment those out and I don't instantiate it, I should still be able to use the class name book and then use the double colon here, and then the property name, which was what, store. Okay, so let's try to echo that. Oh, I need the $sign, that's right. Okay, so we can get my store. So we can do this without even instantiating it because it's static. And we can do the same thing with a method. We can say static, let's do public static function, we'll say get store, and then we'll do return. Now if you want to, if you're using static properties, you don't use this, you use something called self. Okay, so we'll say self store. Okay, and that should work. So let's save that, and then over here we'll say echo book get store. Okay, save that, and we get my store. Alright, so that's how we can work with static properties and static methods. Now let's talk about the access modifiers. So we have public, that's great, so we can access, let's say we instantiate book 1, and we can get, for instance, book 1 title. We can access the properties directly. Okay, my book. Now if I go and set this title to private, set the price to private too, and save it and reload, we get an error saying we can't access private property. Okay, so this is the norm. This is what you usually would do, is to set your properties to private and then have public functions to access them, such as the set title and get title. Alright, because we can still do that. Okay, we can still get the title through the method, which would be the better way to do it, rather than access it directly outside of the class. Alright, now private makes it so that we can only access it in this class. If we want to extend this class and inherit it, we still couldn't access this. If we want to be able to get it in classes we extend, but still not outside, then we can set it to protected, which is probably a better idea in most cases. Alright, so let's talk about inheritance. So we have this class book. I'm going to go down here and create another class called magazine, and I want to say extends book. Okay, so now magazine is a child class of book. So we can access all of this stuff through the magazine class, as long as this is either public or protected. Alright, so let's give this, let's say public, say month, and public year. Okay, so magazines often have a date. Alright, then we'll create a constructor. So public function construct, and let's pass in here title, price, month, and year. Alright, and then we want to set this month to month, and this year to year. Alright, so now we have our construct, and let's see, I'm going to grab this as well. And then what we'll do is go back to our index, and I'm going to just comment this stuff out. And we'll create a variable called mag1 and set it to new magazine. And let's see, what do we, I think we put a title in first. Yeah, so we'll say PC World, and then the price, which let's say $4.99, October 2016. Actually, I'll put that in quotes. Okay, so that should create a new magazine. Let's go ahead and save it and reload, and you see we get the class magazine was instantiated. Alright, now let's see if we can say mag1 get title. Reload. Now it's not giving us the title, and while we could set it here, if we say this title equals title and then reload, whoop, that doesn't do it. Oh, I didn't echo it. Alright, so reload, that works. Now let's see if it works without doing that. And it doesn't. Okay, now I don't want to do this equals title, because this title equals title, because we did that up here. So what we can do is we can use this. We just have to tell it down here that we want to do so. So we can do that by calling the parent class's constructor. So we can say parent double underscore construct, and then we can pass in here title and price. Alright, so now let's save it and reload. And now you can see that the book was also instantiated and we can get the title. Alright, so that's how parent construct works. Alright, now we can of course create other methods here, like let's say get year and return this year. And then let's call it. Save that, reload. Let's see. Public get year, return this year. Save. $57. Oh, I forgot the word function. And there we go, 2016. Okay, so that's pretty much it. That's the fundamentals of object-oriented programming in PHP. We have objects, classes, properties, methods, inheritance, and that's pretty much it. That's the basics, and also the magic methods here: construct, destruct, toString. There are some more, but I'm not going to get into too advanced stuff here. Alright, so we'll be using objects as we move along in this PHP section, and I'll see you in the next video. So now we're going to get into using PHP with a database, specifically MySQL. Now I do want to say that we have a whole section in this course dedicated to MySQL, so I'm not going to be covering extensive queries and the ins and outs of the MySQL database. Alright, so what I'll be covering is how to create a simple database and connect to it, make queries from a script using PHP. Alright, so basic selects, inserts, updates, deletes. Alright, with that said, what exactly is MySQL? It's a powerful open source relational database that uses SQL. Okay, SQL stands for Structured Query Language, and it's a declarative language that's used to interact with a relational database. And like I said, we'll be learning SQL more in depth in a later section. MySQL is the most popular open source relational database and runs extremely well with PHP. It has to be installed and ran on a server. SQL databases store data or records in what's called a table, and you have to create your fields and tables before you can actually do anything. Alright, so there's many tools available to allow you to do that. We'll be using something called phpMyAdmin, which comes with XAMPP. So if you've been following along, you already have phpMyAdmin installed on your machine. Alright, it's a graphical tool that will allow us to do things like create tables, create fields, and manage data. Alright, and I'll show you how to use phpMyAdmin in the next video. Now, when it comes to working with MySQL and PHP, there's two main ways to do that. Okay, there's two APIs. There's MySQLi and there's PDO, which stands for PHP Data Objects. Alright, so we're going to be covering both of these in this course, but let's take a closer look at the two options. So back before PHP 5, there was the standard MySQL API, and this is the old preferred way of connecting. MySQL-I, which stands for MySQL Improved, has completely replaced that API in PHP 7. Alright, so most of the MySQL functions have been replaced with MySQL-I functions. For instance, MySQL_connect is now MySQL-I_connect. Alright, now both of these use an object-oriented interface, but MySQL-I also has a procedural API. Alright. Now, I'm not going to go through all of the advantages and disadvantages. Both have their pros and cons. PDO does support 12 plus database drivers, so you can use it with other databases like Postgres. MySQL-I only supports MySQL. PDO is also a little safer and has more features, but it's also a little harder to learn. And both are fast and reliable, but MySQL-I actually performs insignificantly faster in benchmarks. Okay, so it's a little bit faster, but it's not that noticeable. So here's an example of connecting to a database using both methods. So you can see with PDO, we're setting a variable to new. We're setting a new PDO object, and we're passing in the host, the database name, the username, and password. Okay, MySQL-I has both a procedural way and an object-oriented way. All right, so here we're saying MySQL-I equals MySQL-I connect, passing in the data, the local host, the username, password, database. Okay, here we're setting a new MySQL-I object, passing in the same data. Making a query, so here we're making, you can see we're using that PDO object that we created, and we're calling query, and then we're passing in select all from users, where username equals whatever this username variable is. Okay, and you can manually escape these values. For instance, when you're getting a value from your URL using a GET request, you want to escape that. Okay, you want to cleanse that, and you can use this PDO quote. With MySQL-I, you can use a function called MySQL-I real escape string. Okay, and then down here you can see it's pretty much the same thing. We're using that MySQL-I object, and we're calling query, and we're passing in the SQL statement. Now, it's recommended that you use prepared statements. They're much safer, and you don't have to manually escape them. You can see here we're saying PDO prepare. We're passing in a statement here, and then we're setting the username equal to this colon username. Okay, so this is kind of a placeholder, and then down here we call PDO execute, and we pass in what that username is, which is a value from the get superglobal. All right, down here you can see we're saying MySQL-I prepare, passing in select all from users where username equals question mark. Okay, that's the placeholder here, and then we need to call bind params and then our execute. Okay, so MySQL-I has a little more work, but it's not too bad. All right, so that's the very basics on how to connect, the ways to connect, and how to make a query. All right, so in the next video, we'll go ahead and create a database, and then we're going to move on, and I'll show you how to actually put MySQL-I and PDO into play. All right, guys, in this video, I'm going to show you how to create a MySQL database. Now, we're going to be using phpMyAdmin. Now, if you've been following along and you have XAMPP installed and you have Apache and MySQL running, you should be able to go to localhost/phpMyAdmin, and you'll see an interface like this. All right, now notice down at the bottom it says that we're connected as root with no password. So we want to change that. We want to add a password to our root user. So we can go to user accounts, and where it says root, let's see, right here, root localhost, and it says password no. We're going to click edit privileges, and let's say change password, and let's put in a password. I'm just going to say 123456 for my password, and click go. says now the password was changed successfully. All right, now if I go and try to click on something else, it's going to give us this error right here. All right, now the reason for that is because we're trying to connect without a password, and we set a password for the root user. So what we need to do is open up a config file. So we're going to go to our XAMPP folder, which is in the C drive, and then to phpMyAdmin, and then there's a config.inc.php file. I'm going to open that up. Alright, and then we're going to go down to where it says the password right here. See how it's blank? I'm going to put in the password that I just created and save that file, and then go back, reload, and then we should be all set. Okay, that message should now be gone. So what we want to do is create a database, and if we look on the side here, there's a panel that has our current databases. There's just some sample databases and information schema. We're going to ignore that stuff, and we're going to create a new database. And what I want to do for this and the next couple videos is work with a database that's going to hold something very simple. So it's just going to hold some messages. Alright, so let's just call this message app. Okay, I want to make it as simple as possible. So we need to create a table in our database, and we're going to have a table called messages. Okay, and the default is to create 4 columns. That's fine. Let's click go, and now we need to create our columns. Alright, so in most cases you want to have an ID, a unique ID, and that's going to be set to the type of int, which is a number. Alright, we have a whole bunch of different types we can choose. Varchar is for basically any kind of character, usually for a title, something like that, something with text that isn't going to be too long, because it has a maximum. If you want something longer, then you would use text, so something like a blog post body. Alright, you also have date, and then we have all kinds of numeric fields. Integers, decimals, floats, doubles, booleans. We have date and time fields, string fields, spatial fields for coordinates and things like that. So we're going to keep int, and let's say the length will be 11, so it'll have a max of 11 characters. Now the ID, we want it to auto increment itself, meaning that when we insert a record, we want the ID to automatically go to the next number. So if the last ID was 3, the next one we submit should go to 4. So all we have to do to have that happen is to check AI. Alright, and then it's also going to ask if we want an index, and we do. We want it to be the primary key. Click go. Okay, so you should have primary as the index. Alright. Now, let's figure out what other fields we want. We're going to want, let's say, a text field for the message. And for that, let's choose, I don't want them to be long, so I'm just going to choose varchar. And then we'll choose 255 characters as the max. Alright, so we have an ID for the message. We have text. Let's also put in a user, which will also be varchar. And we'll also set that to 255. Alright, and then the last field I want is create date. Okay, so for that we're going to choose a timestamp, and then I want to set a default value of current timestamp. So whatever time that's submitted, whatever date and time, that's what's going to be in this, what's going to get entered in this field. Okay, we don't have to explicitly set it. So that looks good. Let's go ahead and click save. And now we have our messages table. Okay, now if we want to insert data into this table, we can do that through here. So if we click on the Insert tab, now since the ID is auto increment, we don't have to add that. So I'm just going to add some text. We'll just say this is message 1, and then user, I'll just put my name, and I'll keep the current timestamp. And then this one here, let's say this is, we'll say this is the second message, and for a user we'll say John Doe. All right, click go down here, and then that submits. You can see 2 rows inserted. And now if we go back to browse, you'll see that now the message table has 2 entries or 2 records. And notice the ID is 1 and 2. So the next one we insert would be 3. And then it also added the date and time. Okay, so that's how we can create a database using PHPMyAdmin. Pretty simple. We can add tables, we can add fields, and we can also insert data. Alright, so in the next video we'll start to talk about how we can connect to this database using PHP. Alright guys, so in the last video we created a database called Message App with a messages table that has a couple messages stored inside of it. Now we want to create a very simple PHP application that will connect to this database. We want to be able to read the messages through the app. We also want to be able to insert messages and then to delete them. All right. Now I'm not going to get into updating or routing or some of the more complicated aspects of PHP and MySQL. We're going to get into a couple projects later on that will we'll use some advanced features, and we'll get into PDO and MySQLi in object-oriented form. But right now we're just going to use MySQLi procedural code to just simply do that, insert messages and read them. Alright, so let's go ahead and create a new folder, and this is going to have to be inside of our htdocs folder. So we're going to go C drive, XAMPP, htdocs, and let's create a folder here, and I'm going to call it message app. Alright, and I'm going to open that from within my Sublime text editor. Alright, and we're going to create a couple files and folders here. So let's go ahead and create a new file, and we're going to call this index.php. Whoops. Save it as index.php. And let's just say test, and we'll save. And we should be able to go to localhost/message app. Okay, so now we know that that's working. So let's add just some basic HTML here. Okay, so in the title we'll say message app. Alright, and we're going to have a CSS file as well, so let's go ahead and create a link to that. So we'll have a folder called CSS, and we'll call it styles.css. Alright, let's go ahead and create that. So we'll have a folder, CSS, and then a new file which we'll save as styles.css. Alright. Now let's go down here, and we're going to wrap everything in a div, and we'll give it a class of container. Okay, and let's give it a header. And it's not going to be anything special, just very basic. HTML and CSS isn't the focus of this section. Let's say H1. We'll say message app. Alright, then we'll have a div here, and we'll give it a class of main. And then under that we'll have a footer, and we'll just say message app at copy 2016. Alright, and then inside main let's put a form. Okay, and this form is going to have, and actually let's put a label first. So we'll say label and say actually we won't even put a label, let's just use a placeholder. Alright, so we'll do input type equals text, and we're going to give it a name of text and a placeholder of message text. Alright, let's save that so far. Alright, so it doesn't look like anything special, but that's alright. And then next to it we want to have another input, which is going to be the user's name. Okay, so we'll call this user. And yeah, we'll just say username. Or enter. We'll say enter username and enter message text. Okay, and then we'll have a submit button. So we'll say input type equals submit, and let's give it a value of submit, and save, and there we go. Okay, so we have our form. Now the messages will go underneath. Let's just go ahead and put some static text in here for now, and we'll put it in a UL. Let's give it a class of messages. Okay, we'll say this is static message 1. We'll have the text, and then we'll do the user's name. And then let's do the date. So it'll just be something like that. Okay, so there's one. Let's copy that. Paste a couple more. This is static message 2 and 3. Okay, and these aren't going to stay. It's just for now until we read them from the database. All right, so let's add a little bit of CSS. Okay, so let's do the body, and we'll say font family Arial. Okay, we'll give the body a background of light gray, and color we'll do a darker gray. Okay, and then for the inputs, I want to style just the text input, so we're going to say type equals text. Whoops. And let's give it padding of 4 pixels. And let's see what else. Let's do border radius 5 pixels. And set border to 1 pixel, gray solid. Actually, let's do it a little darker. We'll do the same color as the text. Alright. So now for the messages here, let's do that. We'll say UL, and what do we give it, a class? Class of messages. So messages, and we'll do li. Let's set padding to 0. Margin, and actually padding, I want the top and bottom to have 5 pixels padding, so we'll say 5 pixels 0. And let's set the list style to none so we don't have a bullet. Save that. Okay, now the UL itself, I don't want to have margin or padding either. So we'll say margin 0, padding 0. And let's give the LIs a background. And just slightly different than the body background. And actually I'm going to set a margin, we'll say 2 pixels 0. Or 4. Alright, and let's put an HR under the form, a horizontal rule. Like that. Alright, and then for the footer, we're just going to set margin top, we'll say 40 pixels. Alright, so nothing special, just make it look a little better. And what we want to do now is connect to our database. So we're going to have a file that does that. So let's say new file, and we're going to save it. Let's save it as db.php. Okay, and let's open up our PHP tags. And we want to connect to MySQL. So we're going to create a variable called connection, and we're going to set it to use the MySQLi interface. So we're going to say MySQLi underscore connect. Alright, and here we want to pass in our local host. Okay, then we want to pass in the username, which is root. We want to pass in the password that I used, or that you used. And then we want the name of the database, which is message app. Alright, so that's our connection string. Now what we want to do is we want to basically say if we're not connected, or if there's an error, then we want to display that. Alright, so let's say test connection. And actually, let's shorten this to just CONN. Alright, so we can say if, and then there's a special function we can use called MySQLi connect errno, or ERRNO. So let's go ahead and do that. We're going to say MySQLi connect underscore ERRNO. Alright, so if there's an error, then let's just go ahead and echo, we'll say DB connection error, and then we can actually output the actual error with MySQLi underscore connect error. Okay, so let's save that. Now if we reload, nothing's going to happen because this file isn't being loaded. What we want to do is we want to include it inside of our index.php file. So we want to go to the very top before any markup and put in our PHP tags, and we're going to say include db.php, and then end that. Okay, so that's going to bring that file in. Let's go ahead and save it. Okay, reload, and it says failed to open stream, no such file or directory. And that's because it was created in the CSS folder. So I'm going to have to move that. Let's see, htdocs, message app, CSS, and I just want to first of all close it here, and then let's cut and put it in the root. Alright, so now if we reload, we're seeing no errors, which is good. So what I want to do to just make sure that this is actually working, let's go ahead and change the username to root1 and save it. And then if we go back and reload, you'll see we get an error that says access is denied for user root 1, and this is the error that we're outputting, this DB connection error, and then it gives us the access denied. Okay, so we know that this is working. We know that when the username is correct, there's no error, so that means we're connected. Now, to actually fetch the data from the database, we're going to have to write a query. So we're going to go into our index file here and go below where we included it. Now, since we included this file, we have access to this connection object right here, this connection variable. Okay, so what we're going to do is open up another set of PHP tags. And let's do our select query. Okay, I'm going to create a variable called query, and we're going to set that to, we'll say select all. And remember, I'm not going to go in depth with SQL because we do have a section on that. But basically, we're just saying we select every field. That's what this is for. We could specify, we could say select text and just get the text field, but we want to get everything. And then we want to say from, and then the database, the table name, which is messages. Okay, so let's go ahead and we'll create another variable called messages, and we're going to set that to a function called mysqli underscore query. And then we want to pass in two things. We want to pass in the connection, this right here, and we want to pass in the query. Alright, now that's going to put a result into this messages variable, okay, that we can use. Now it's going to return basically an array that we need to loop through if we want to output every message. So let's go down here inside of our HTML here, and I'm going to get rid of all but one of these LIs, and then we're going to wrap that inside of a while loop. Okay, so PHP, and remember we went over while loops earlier, and we're going to use the shorthand syntax, so we don't need to use curly braces. Down here we'll say end while. Alright, now the condition is going to be, we're going to say while row. Okay, we're creating a variable called row, and we're going to set this to a function called mysql, why do I keep doing that? mysqli underscore fetch underscore assoc. Now what this is going to do is it's going to get the data and it's going to fetch it as an associative array. Okay, you can choose to return this data in different formats. We could do an object, there's some other ones, but we're going to choose an associative array. Alright, and then we just want to pass in that messages variable from up here that we're getting from the query. Alright, so while row equals MySQL fetch assoc messages, then inside here we should have access to the data. So instead of this static sentence right here, let's replace it. We're going to need PHP tags, and then we just want to echo that row variable. Now it's going to be an associative array because that's what we're returning it as. So we want to get the text field, and we got to make sure we close that off. So now we can use this format to get all the data in the database. Right here we'll replace that with user, and then let's replace this with create date. Alright, so let's go ahead and save that and reload, and there we go. We get this is message 1, and we're actually fetching these two from the database. I'm just going to put a space right here. Alright, so that's how we can fetch data. You can see it's very, very easy. Now this whole format that we're doing here, this isn't the best way to do it. I would suggest using object-oriented formatting or programming, but I just want you to get comfortable with how this works at a very basic level before we get to that. Alright, so this is a very introductory level project. In the next video, I want to show you how we can insert data. Alright guys, in the last video I showed you how to connect to MySQL using MySQLi, using the procedural method, and also how to fetch data from the database and display it in our application. Now I want to be able to use this form so that we can submit data. So first thing we'll do is on the index page where we have our form, let's give it a method attribute, and we'll set that to post. And then we're going to set action. We'll set that equal to, let's say, process.php. Okay, so we'll save that, and then we're going to have to create that file. So we'll save this as process.php. Alright, and again, this isn't the best way to do it. The better way to do it would be to have a class for, let's say, for messages, and then have different functions or different methods in that class to submit data or fetch data. And we'll do that later on in another project. I just want you to get familiar with just the very basics of this. Okay, so we're submitting to this file, so we're going to have to check for a post request. Alright, but before that we want to just include the database file, db.php. Okay, then we'll open up our PHP tag, and let's do an if, and we want to check for, we'll say if is set underscore post, let's see, post, what is it, text, if is set post text, and is set post user. Okay, then we'll put an else here. So for the else, let's do a redirect with the header function. Okay, so we'll say header location index.php, and we did this back a couple lectures ago. We're going to send a parameter here called error, and we'll set it to please, and then we can use %20 for the space, so please fill in all fields. Alright, and let's just do a little test. Okay, so if I try to submit, let's see, what's that? Oh, I didn't know. Okay, so submit. Now it shouldn't let us do that because it shouldn't be getting this. If is set post text echo submitted, else then redirect. So what we'll do is let's echo that out to see what it's actually getting. Strange. Alright, so instead of using is set, let's say if not empty. Let's try that. Okay, so that's working now. You can see up here we're getting our error parameter. Alright, and if I go and I add something in there, then it works. So I guess is set won't work in this situation because it is actually set, it's just empty. So we're going to check to see if it's not empty, and if they're not, then we'll go through. If it is, then we're going to redirect with the message. Alright, and then in our index PHP, let's add that message somewhere. Alright, so let's put it, we'll put it right under the H1. Okay, so we'll say PHP, and then here we should be able to use isSet. So we'll say if isSet get error, then we want to, let's say div, we'll give it a class of alert, and then we're going to just echo out that get. Actually, no, we shouldn't put that right in there like that. So let's actually check for it up here. So I'm going to take this. And then if that's set, then we'll have a variable called error, and we'll set it to get error. Alright, and then we can put that down here. We can check for error and then echo it out. Alright, let's try that. So I want to just go back to localhost, message app. Okay, so it says undefined error 23. Okay, so we just gotta say is set. Okay, so now if we try to submit, you can see now it says please fill in all fields. And we can add some style to that alert. Let's just do background red, color white, and we'll add padding 4 pixels and margin. Alright, actually we'll add a little more margin on the bottom. Okay, so now if we were to fill in the fields and submit, it works. Okay. Now, let's go back into process, and we want to work in here. Okay, so everything's filled in, it gets submitted. Then what I want to do is we want to cleanse the post variables. Alright, so we're going to create a variable here called text, and we want to use a function called MySQLi real escape string, which will escape the values, okay, so that people can't submit harmful data that's going to basically hack our application and our database. So we're going to say MySQLi underscore real escape string. Alright, and we're going to pass in 2 things. We need the connection, and we need the value, which is going to come from the post superglobal. Okay, so this is going to be text. Alright, and then we'll copy that. And we just need one more, and we're just going to do that for user as well. Now down here we're going to create another query. Okay, we'll say query equals, and this is going to be an insert. So insert into, and then messages. And then we're going to open up some parentheses, and we need the fields we're going to submit into. So text and user. Then we want to say values. Open up another set of parentheses here. And we want to put in our values. Now these are going to go in quotes. And actually, you know what? This is going to be, let's surround this in double quotes. Alright, and then in here we're going to say text and user. Okay, so that's our query. And then down here we're going to do if. This is going to be an if else. So if not MySQLi underscore query, and then we'll pass in the connection and the query. Okay, so if this passes, that means there's an error. And if there's an error, I just want to cut off everything, so we're going to use the die function. Alright, and then in here we'll pass in MySQLi underscore error, and then pass in the connection. Else, then we just want to redirect. So I'm going to grab this here. Alright, and then let's set success, and we'll set this parameter to message added. Alright, we'll save that. And then we'll go back to our index, and just like we did here to check for error, let's check for success. Okay, and then down here and I'm going to change the class to success. And then let's go to our style sheet, and we'll copy this alert. And I just want to change the background to green. Alright, so let's save that. And let's go ahead and try to submit something. So we'll say this is message 3 and submit, and we get message added, and you can see we get this is message 3. Alright, so if we go back to just our localhost message app, message 3 is there. Now you probably want the most recent messages on the top, so what we can do is go into where we have our select query, and let's do order by create date. Let's see what that does, and let's set it to descending. And there we go. So now the most latest one is on top. Alright, so in the next video I'm going to show you how we can delete these messages from the application. Hey guys, in this video I'm going to show you how to delete one of these messages. Now I just want to reiterate that the way I'm doing things here, it's not the way you would do it in a production application. Alright, we're going to get to that later on. Like I've said in the past few videos, I just want to kind of get you familiar with how we can run these queries in PHP and reflect in MySQL. So select data, insert it, delete it. Alright, so with that said, I'm going to add a delete link to each of these messages on the end here. So let's go right here, and I'm just going to add in a dash, and then we'll put in a link. Okay, and we'll just put an X. And then what I want to do is I want to direct this to the page we're on, index.php, but I want to add some parameters. So I'm going to say action equals delete, and ID equals, and then we want to put in the ID. So let's grab this and just paste that in there. Okay, and then change that to ID. Alright, so let's see what that does. Okay, so I click it, and you can see up here we get action delete, and then ID equals 3. So whatever one I click on, that's the ID that's going to show up. Okay, now what we want to do is go up here to where we have all of our PHP, and we're going to check for those values. So let's say if underscore get action is equal to delete, and let's also check for the ID. So if action equals delete and is set underscore get ID. Alright, and for now let's just echo test just to make sure that works. Alright, so undefined index action. Okay, so I guess we got to check to see if this is set as well. Alright, so you know what we'll do is let's do the if is set get action. Alright, and then from within here we'll do another if. We'll say if get action is equal to delete. Alright, so now when I click that, you see we get test. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to do a delete query. Alright, just like we did in the process where we inserted, I'm just going to grab this, copy that, and let's paste that in. Okay, and I'm actually going to put the action and the, well, not the action, but the ID I'm going to put into a variable. So we'll say ID equals get ID. Alright, and then for the query, we can get rid of this, and we're going to say delete from messages where ID is equal to ID. Okay, and then down here, let's keep that. Let's do success, except we'll change this to message removed. Alright, so let's go ahead and try that. Okay, click that, message removed, and if we go back, you can see that that's been removed. So let's try John Doe's message, and there it goes. Alright, so we can now remove messages as well. So that's going to be it for this introductory project. We're going to continue on working with PHP and MySQL and get into a project that's a little more advanced. Alright, and we'll get into PDO as well. Hey guys, we're going to start on a pretty decent sized project. It's going to be a job listing application where we can go and list jobs with certain fields. And you can see this is the home page here. We're using a customized Bootstrap theme, and we have the latest jobs here, and it has they have a title, a job title, a description, and a category. And if I click on the view button, it takes us to a separate page, an individual job post page that has the user that submitted, the date, description, the company name, the salary, and the contact email. Alright, and then you see we have a go back link. We also have an edit and a delete button. Alright, so we can also filter by category. Okay, so there's nothing in business. Actually, both jobs are in technology, but I can go ahead and edit and change that. Let's say business. Okay, so you can see your job has been updated. Now if we go and choose business, you can see we're getting this one here. Alright, we can also create listings. So let's say test listing. We'll choose retail. Job title, we'll say salesman. Description, this is a test. Location, say Boston. Salary, we'll say 60K, and contact email. Submit, and there it is. Okay, and you'll have the latest jobs at the top. Alright, so that's what we'll be building in this project. And we're actually going to be using PDO this time to interact with our MySQL database. We're going to be using classes. We're going to create a job class, a template class. We're going to be implementing templates. So it's a pretty decent sized project, and the structure is really nice and something that you could use in future projects. Alright, so let's go ahead and get started. Alright, so we're going to get started on the job lister application. Now I'm going to really quickly create the database. Alright, and I'm going to include an SQL file in the resource files that you can import if you want. So if you go to, if you create a database and then go to import, you can just upload that file, or you can just create it manually. It's not that big. There's only 2 tables. Alright, so I'm going to create a database called job lister. Alright, and then I'm just going to paste in some SQL to add the fields. Okay, so you can see I'm creating a table called categories with an ID and a name. ID is going to be an int with 11 characters. Name will be a varchar 255. And then jobs, which will have an ID, a category ID, company, job title, description, salary, location, contact user, and contact email. And all except the ID and category ID will be a varchar with 255. Alright, and then we're just setting the ID to the primary key in both the categories and jobs table. We're also setting them to auto increment. Alright, so let's go ahead and run that. And then if you look at our structure, we have 2 tables. Categories, which just has an ID and a name, and then jobs, which has these fields here. Okay, so you can go ahead and create these if you want, or just upload that file. Alright, now let's add some data here, just a couple fields. So let's see, categories, we'll say insert. Okay, so let's say business, and all we need to put is the name. We don't need the ID, it's auto increment. We'll say business, technology, let's say retail, and construction. Okay, so we'll click go, and now our categories, we have 4 categories. Alright, so now let's go to jobs and go to insert, And for category ID, we'll say 1, which is business, I believe. Company, let's say JP Mortgage. I'm just making stuff up. Job title, we'll say senior investor. Description, I'm going to grab some text from lipsum.com. I'll just grab a couple sentences. Okay, we'll paste that in, and then salary, we'll say 90K. Location, we'll say Boston. Contact user, I'll put my own name, and then contact email, we'll just say brad@gmail.com. Alright, let's add another one here. This will be category 2, which is technology. We'll say tech guy. Job title, let's say entry level programmer. Description, we'll grab some text. Salary, let's say 50K. Location, we'll say Springfield. Contact user John Doe, and contact email. Okay, and then we'll click go. Alright, so 2 rows inserted. So you can see if we go to jobs, now we have these 2 listings. Alright, so the database is all set for now. Let's go, and I'm going to open up my htdocs folder, and we're going to create a folder here, and we're going to call it job lister. Alright, and we're going to create quite a few files and folders in here. I'm going to open this in Sublime Text as well. Okay, so let's first of all create an index.php file. Alright, and then let's just make sure that this works. So we'll go to HTTP localhost /joblister, and we get test. Good. Now what I'd like to do is set up our template class, alright, because I don't want to include all of the HTML inside of these files that we create in the root. I want them to basically point to a template, and then I want to be able to pass values to the template. Alright, so we're going to create in here a folder called lib, and that's where all the classes will go. Okay, all of our libraries. So let's create a file called template.php, and class names I want to have to begin with an uppercase letter. Alright, so we have a template. Inside here, let's say PHP class template. Okay, we're going to include a couple properties here. This is going to be the path to the template, so it's going to be protected, which means that we could extend this class and still use this property. I'm going to call it template, and then we're going to have a variable for the variables that are passed in. Okay, we'll call that vars, and that's actually going to be an array. Alright, let's create a constructor. So we'll say public function __ construct. Okay, and that's going to take in that path variable or property template, and then we're just going to set it to the actual property. So we're going to say this template equals the template variable that's passed in. Okay, we also want to set a get function or a get method to get the template variables. So public function __ get. Okay, and this is going to take in a key, and then what we want to do is return, oops, this vars, and then in here will be the key. Alright, and then we also want to be able to set them, so we'll say public function __ set, and that's going to take in the key and value. Alright, so we'll say this vars and the key will equal the value. Okay, so very short methods. And then finally we want toString, because we want to be able to basically use this as a string. So public function __ toString. Now we want to extract the variables. We want to be able to just use a single variable instead of having to use the key value inside the template. So we're going to wrap it in a function extract and pass in this vars. Alright, so basically what this does, let me just show you real quick. So if we have like template name, okay, we set that and then we want to use it inside the actual template, we just want to be able to use name, okay, instead of using this template name. That's what this is, that's what the extract is going to do. Alright, so extract this vars, and we want to define the path name. We're going to use this chdir function, and we want to pass into here dir name and then the template path, which we can get from this template. Alright, and then we want to be able to output the template. So what we're going to do is we're going to start a buffer using the obstart function. Alright, and then we want to include the template path. So we're going to say include base name and then pass in this template, and then finally after the buffer we need to run ob get clean. Okay, that's what we're going to return. So ob get clean. Alright, and that's it. So this is a template class that you could use in a lot of different projects, and it might look confusing now, but once I show you how it actually works when we instantiate it, it'll be a little bit more clear. Alright, so let's save that, and we shouldn't have to go back into this file. Okay, that's our template library. So now what we want to do is we're going to have to include that file, that class, along with some other files in all of our root files. Now instead of doing the include 5 different files at the top, what we're going to do is create a config file where we can just put all that stuff. Alright, we're going to set up an autoloader too, so we don't have to manually include every class. Okay, so let's go and create a folder here called config, and then we're going to have a file. We'll save it as init.php. Alright, and in here is where we would create all of our requires and includes. So I want to autoload our classes. Alright, instead of doing require once and then going into lib/template.php. Alright, because we're going to have a database lib, we're going to have a job class, a job library, and I don't want to have to do that for all of our classes. Alright, and you might add more later on. So it's easier to use an autoloader, and what that does is it'll include the file whenever you instantiate the class. So if we instantiate the template class or the template object, then it's going to require it. Alright, so let me show you how to set that up. So we'll say function, and it's a special function name. It's _autoload. Okay, and that's going to take in a class name, and then we just want to say require once. Actually, we don't need the parentheses. Require once, and it's going to be in the lib folder. So lib slash, and then we're going to just concatenate here whatever that class name is. Alright, and then concatenate .php. So whenever we instantiate a class, it'll look for that class name as a file. So make sure that your file name matches your class name. Alright, now we're also going to have another config file, which I'm going to call config.php. And that's going to hold our database parameters and all that. So we need to make sure we include that as well. So for that, we'll do require once and config.php. Alright, so let's go ahead and save that, and then in our index.php file we should only have to include that init. Alright, and that's it. So up at the top I'm going to use include once config/init.php. Alright, so let's save that. And unexpected. Oh, I spelled that wrong. Okay, reload. And just to make sure that this is being included, let's just say echo test. Okay, good. And let's make sure, well, we can't see if this isn't being included yet because we didn't instantiate a template object yet. Okay, once we do that, the file will be included. So let's go down here and let's see. Actually, we'll just say template equals new template. Now remember, that's going to take in a path. Okay, so the path to the template we want, it'll be in a templates folder, and we'll call it frontpage.php. Alright, so let's go ahead and create a templates folder. Whoops, what happened? Where is it? There it is. Alright, so inside templates, we'll create a file and we'll save it as frontpage.php. And let's just write in here front page, and then we'll go back to our index, and let's see, we want to echo template. Alright, so we'll save that, reload, and there we go. So now we're loading the front page template. Now we can also add values, dynamic values. Let's say we want to assign template, we'll say template, and then a variable name, we'll say title, and let's set it to latest jobs. So now we should be able to go into our front page template and say PHP echo title. Save that, and there we go, latest jobs. Alright, so we're able to use just title here because of our template class where we did our extraction of our variables. Alright, so this is a really handy class to use in your PHP projects. Now the last thing I want to do is just set up our interface a little bit. We're going to be using Bootstrap. I'm going to use a boot swatch custom file here. Okay, we're going to grab, which one did I use? This right here, Flatly. Okay, so I'm going to grab this link right here, and what we're going to do is, since we're going to be using code on the same page, for instance the nav bar or the head tags, things like that. We want that on every single page in every template. So we're going to create an includes file. So in the templates folder, we'll create another folder called inc for includes, and I don't know why this isn't refreshing. And then inside there, let's create a file called header.php, and we're also going to create a file called footer.php. Okay, so that's in the inc folder. And inside header, let's put in some HTML tags. We'll put our title, and then we want to link that bootstrap file, so link rel style sheet href is going to go to that link I just copied. And let's also link a custom CSS file. So that'll go to css/styles.css. And then for now, I'm just going to put down here after the body tag header. Okay, now I don't want the ending body tag and the ending HTML because that's going to go in the footer. So let's save this, and then we'll go into the footer, and we're going to put our ending body and the ending HTML. Okay, and then up here we'll put in footer. Alright, now in the front page we just want to include both of those files. So php include, and that's going to be in the inc folder /header.php. Okay, we want to do the same thing for the footer. Alright, so let's go ahead and save that, and if we go back and reload, now you can see our title says job lister, and if we look at the source code, we have the code from both the header and the footer. Alright, so that's good. Now as far as the HTML, let's go to get bootstrap, and we'll go to get started and then examples, and we're going to grab this Jumbotron, narrow Jumbotron template. So we'll do a Control U, and we're going to grab the div with the class of container down to where the container ends. Okay, so there to there. Alright, and then let's go ahead and paste that in here. And we need to figure out what we need to put in the header, which will be, let's see, from here down to here. Okay, so I want the nav bar in the header. So we'll put that right here. Alright, and then we'll save that, and let's go back to front page, and then let's figure out what we want in the footer. So for the footer, I want the footer tags and also this container div. So we're going to cut that out, and we'll save that and put that inside the footer. Okay, and we'll just change this company here to job lister. Save that. Now if we look at our application, you can see that it's missing something. It's not narrow like the template is. That's because there's a CSS file we need to copy. So right here, this Jumbotron narrow CSS, I'm going to grab everything in there, copy it, and then put that in our custom CSS file, which we need to create. So let's create a folder named CSS, and inside there we'll have a file called styles.css, and we'll paste that in and save it. Alright, so now you can see it looks just like the demo. Alright, it does have different coloring because we're using a boot swatch custom CSS style sheet. Alright, now let's see. You see how we have these two rows down here? I only want one, so let's go to our front page template and see how we have two of these div class call LG6. I'm going to get rid of the second one. Okay, and then we're going to change this to right here. This will be, that'll be 10, and I'm going to change it to MD 10 because I want it to be applied when we're at medium, which is this range here. Alright, and then let's get rid of these two. Like that. And we're going to put another div here with the class of call MD2. And this will be the view button. So we'll give it a class of BTN default. For now, we'll just say href, and it's not going to go anywhere right now. Okay, save that. And there we go. Okay, and we'll have a few of these. Now, obviously, these are going to come from the database. They're just static just for now. Actually, you know what? We want this row marketing. We want that to be around each set. So let's see, that ends here. I'm actually going to delete that and put it around each set of columns. So right there. Whoop. Okay, we're also going to put it around this one. And this one. I don't know why it does that, why it actually deletes. Okay, so sorry if that's confusing. We just have this row marketing around each set of the 10 column div and the 2 column div. Alright, and now if we reload, they're more separated. Okay, let's see, for the nav bar, let's go into header PHP. For the nav bar, let's change project name to job lister, and we're only going to have 2 links, so we can get rid of that one. And I'm also going to get rid of the active class, and then home is going to go to index.php, and then the second one will be create listing, and that's going to go to create.php, which we don't have yet. Alright, so okay. Now I think we're going to go ahead and stop here, and in the next video we're going to start to work with the database. We want to be able to fetch the data. We're going to create our database class and also our job class. Alright, so I will see you then. Alright guys, in the last video we set up the template class so we can now load templates. Now we want to connect to our database, and we want to be able to grab listings and display them on the home page. So we're going to have a database class that's completely dedicated to connecting and fetching data. We'll also have a job class that will be responsible for working with jobs and categories. Alright, so we're going to start off with our config. So in the config folder we have config.php, and we're going to just throw in some PHP tags, and let's add our database parameters. Alright, and these are going to be constants because they're not going to change. So we're going to say define db underscore host, and that's going to be localhost. Okay, we're going to have our db underscore user, which for me is root. We also need the password. Okay, make sure you put your password. And then the DB name. which is job lister. Alright, so I also want to define the site title in here so that we can change it if we need to. So we'll say site underscore title, and we'll call that job lister. Alright, and then we can actually add that to our header right here. We'll say PHP echo site title. Okay, so it's still job lister. So now that we have that config file set up, let's go ahead and create our database class or database library. So I'm going to create a file in the lib folder, and we're going to save it as database.php. Alright, and then what we want to do here is create a class called database. And we're going to set a bunch of private properties here. So we want the host, and that's going to be that constant we just set, db host. We also want the user, which is db user. Pass. And db name. Alright, and then we want a couple more properties down here. One, we need our database handler. So we're going to call that dbh. We want an error property and also a statement. So stmt. Alright, those are our properties. Now let's create a constructor. Okay, we're going to set the DSN. So this is basically a connection string where we include the host, the database name, and so on. Okay, so this has to do with PDO. We're using PDO, which is PHP data objects. It's an alternative way to connect to your database. So let's call this DSN, and we're going to set it to MySQL. Okay, you can actually use other databases with PDO. Postgres is one of them. I think there's about 12. Okay, but obviously we're using MySQL. So we're going to say MySQL host equals, and then we're going to concatenate in here this host. Alright, and then we put a semicolon, and then db name equals, and then we need to concatenate this db name. Actually, yeah. Okay, and then we want to set our options. So let's create a variable called options, set that to an array. Okay, and inside here we're going to say PDO :: adder underscore persistent, and we're going to set that to true. We want a persistent connection. And if you look at the PDO documentation, it'll give you all the different options. There's quite a few. Alright, and then we just want to set our error mode. So ERR mode. Set that to PDO : error mode _ exception. Okay, so that's the options. And then down here we need to create a PDO instance. And we're going to throw this in a try catch block. So we'll say try catch. Okay, so it's basically, this is a way of catching your errors. If you put something in here, it's going to run, and then if there's an error, we'll catch that exception. Alright, so we're going to say this, and then we want to use our database handler, so dbh equals, and then we're going to instantiate our PDO object. You want to pass in that DSN variable, and then this is where we want to put our username and password as well. So this user, and then we want the password, so this pass, and then the options. Okay. And then down in the catch right here, this actually should be parentheses, and we're going to throw in PDO exception and E. So if there's an error, we're going to say this error, we're going to set it to that E object, and then get message. Okay, whatever that error message is, we're going to put it inside of this property. Alright, so that's basically how we can connect to PDO or through PDO and through our class. So after the constructor, we're going to create a method called query. Alright, and that's going to take in a query. And then we're going to set it, we're going to use our statement. We're going to say this STMT, and that's going to equal this DBH, which is our database handler, and we want to use prepare. Okay, we're using prepared statements here, and then just pass in our query. Alright, and that's all we need for the query method. So when we have values that we're working with, we need to bind those values. So we're going to create a function called bind. Okay, and this is going to take in param value and type, which is optional, and we're going to set it to a default of null. Alright, so first we're going to check to see if type is null. So we're going to say if is null, and then pass in type, okay, which it is by default. Then we're going to use a switch statement, okay, which is just a conditional. We're going to say switch true, and then basically this is going to be set up for the different types of values: an integer, a boolean, and a null, and a string, which will be the default. So I'm actually going to paste the cases in here. Alright, so we're saying if it's an int, okay, if it's an int, then we're going to set the type to PDO param int. This is, I don't like this indenting. Okay, so if it's a boolean, then we're going to set it to param bool. If it's null, we'll set it to param null. And if it's none of those, then we're going to set it to string, param string. Alright, and again, this, just like the template class, this is something that you can use over and over with different projects. Then we just want to go after that if statement, and we're going to say this STMT bind value, and then just pass in param value and type. Alright, so that's the bind function. The next one we want is execute. So public function execute. Okay, and whoop. All this is going to do is return return this statement execute. Okay, next we have our result set. So when we fetch the data from the database, we're returning it as a result set. So let's say public function result set. Okay, and then we're going to run the execute that we just created. We can say this execute. Alright, and then we want to return as a statement. So this statement fetch all. Alright, and then you can tell it what you want to fetch it at, what you want to return it as. Alright, so an associative array or what. So we're going to return it as an object. So in here we'll say PDO fetch obj. Okay. Now this may be a little confusing to you, and this is actually one of the easier PDO classes. You can see the functions are really small. There's some really complicated ones, so I'm trying to keep it as short as possible and still give us the functionality we need. So hopefully it's not too bad. So the last one I'm going to put in here is the single function, and that's going to be responsible for fetching a single value. Alright, because if we're fetching, for instance, all of the jobs, that's going to be returned as a result set. If we're getting one job, then we want to return that as a single value. So we'll say public function single. Okay, and I'm going to grab this. And let's see, this right here, the only thing different is going to be instead of fetch all, we just want fetch. Alright, and that should do it for our class, for our database class. So let's save this. Alright, now this is not dependent on the jobs or this application. You can use this anywhere. Okay, so we're going to extend our job class. We're going to extend it to the database class so we can use this stuff inside of that class. Alright, so let's go ahead and create that. So inside lib, we're going to create another folder, another file, and we're going to save it as job.php. I don't know why this isn't refreshing. Alright, so inside job, let's create a class called job. And we're going to create a property here called DB. And then we'll add our constructor. Okay, and then we're going to instantiate our DB object with the database class. So we're going to say this DB, and we'll set that to new database. Okay, so we're instantiating the database class, we're putting it inside of this object right here. Alright, so then we'll create a function to fetch all jobs. Alright, so let's put a comment here. So we want to say public function get all jobs. And then we can use that database class. We can say this DB query. Alright, since we're using this database class, we can use this query right here, this query function. So that's what we're doing here. Alright, so let's pass in the query. We'll say select all from, let's see, I want to get all the jobs fields, but I also want to join in the categories table so that we can get the category name. Alright, so we're going to say select, let's say jobs.all, so everything from the jobs table. And then we're going to put a comma there, and we're going to say category or categories.name. And let's select that as CNAME. Okay, so that's an alias. We're just going to be able to use this for our category name. Alright, now I'm not going to go over the queries too much because we do have an SQL section in this course. Alright, but what we want to do is we want to inner join the categories table. Alright, so let's go right here and we'll say inner join categories, and we want to join it on jobs.category ID, and we want to set that to categories.id. Alright, so this is the primary key in the categories table. This is the foreign key in the jobs table. Alright, and this actually should be up here. So from jobs. Okay, so from jobs. And nope, that should be before the inner join. From jobs and then inner join categories on this. Alright, and then the last thing I'll put is an order by, because I want to order by date. So order by, oh wait a minute, did I even put a date? I don't think I did. Let's see, jobs. No, we don't have a date field, so let's go ahead and add that. So if we go to structure and we'll say add one column, we'll call it post date, and let's set it to a timestamp, and then the default we'll set to current timestamp. Alright, and I'll edit the SQL file that's included. So let's see, order by post date, and let's make that descending. Alright, so that's our query. Now after that, we want to assign the result set. So we'll say results equals this DB result set, and then we just want to return the results. Okay, we'll save that, and now we should be able to use this function. So let's go to our front page PHP. I'm sorry, not front page, index PHP. And we want to create the job object up here. So let's say job equals new job, and let's see, let's go down here and we're going to assign a template variable of jobs, and we're going to set that to the job object, and then we want to call the get all jobs that we just created. Okay, and then we should have access in our template to those jobs. Okay, let's make sure there's no errors. That's not it. Okay, so let's go to our template now, which is front page PHP, and go down to this area. Now I just want one of these rows, so we can get rid of this one and this one. Alright, and then what we want to do is wrap this row div in a for each. Alright, so let's do PHP for each, and then we'll end it down here. And let's say for each jobs as job, and then in here let's get rid of that, and we'll say PHP echo job underscore title. Okay, and then this will be the description. Okay, let's save that, reload, and there we go. So now we can see the jobs that are in the database. Okay, now in the next video I want to add our filter for the category, and we want to be able to filter this by category. Alright, and then we'll move on to create the individual job pages. Alright, so we're now seeing the jobs from the database we're seeing them on the home page. So what I want to do now is I want to be able to filter by category. So we're going to have a form in this Jumbotron area to select a category. Alright, so before we start to edit the HTML here, let's go to index.php, and we need a way to get a list of the categories so that we can fill the select box, because I don't want to have a static select box. I want them to come from the database. So let's set a template variable here. We'll say template categories, and we're going to set it to job get categories, which we don't have yet. We have to create. Alright, so let's save that, and then we'll go to our job class in the lib folder, and let's create that function. Okay. So I'm actually going to just copy this, and then this is going to be a really easy query. We're just going to say select all from categories. Okay, then we're going to get the result set, and we're going to return that. So let's save it, and now we should have access to it from within our template. So let's go to templates and then front page PHP up to where we have the Jumbotron. And let's change the heading here. We're going to change that to find a job. Alright, and then under that we're going to have a form. So we can get rid of this paragraph and the button. And we're going to put in a form. And let's put a select. And we'll give this a name. We'll give it a name of category. And I'm also going to give it a class of form control. Alright, now in here, let's put an option. And I'm just going to set the value of this to 0. And we're going to say choose category. Okay, now the rest of them have to go within a for each loop because we want to loop through the categories and then output them. So let's do PHP for each. And in here we should be able to say categories as category, and then let's grab this option. Now the value is going to be the ID, so PHP echo category ID, and then the text will be the name, category name. Alright, so let's go ahead and save that and reload, and now you can see that we're getting our categories from the database. So that's what we want. As for where this form is going to go, it's going to go to the index page, but I want it to be a get. Okay, since we're not actually submitting data to the server, we're going to make it have a method of get. Okay, and then the action will be index.php. Okay, so it's going to submit to index.php, and what we want to do is we want to test to see if that value is in the URL, because if I go and I select business and we need a button, we don't have a form submit button, so let's go ahead and add that. That's going to go under the select. We'll say input type submit, and let's give it a class. And let's see, we'll give it a class of BTN, BTN LG, and BTN success. Okay, and then the value, we'll say find. Okay, let's put a line break under the select. So business, find, and now up here in the URL you'll see we have category equals 1. Okay, business is category 1. So we want to check for that. So let's go to index.php. And let's go up here and say category equals, and we'll say is set. So this is going to be a shorthand conditional. So if set get category, then get category, else null. So what this is saying is that if there is a if there's a category in the URL, we're going to set this variable to it. If not, we're going to set it to null. All right, and then down here we can test for it. So let's see. We'll say if category, then what do we want to do? All right, now instead of this get all jobs, we want to call something else, okay, which will get just jobs from that category. So what I'm going to do is just grab these two lines and cut them and put them in the else. Okay, so if there's no category, nothing's changed. It's just going to load what it's been loading. But if there is, then we're going to call template, we'll say template jobs is going to equal job, and we'll have a function called get by category. Okay, and then we'll just pass in here category. All right, now I also want the title to say, for instance, latest jobs from business or latest jobs in technology. So we're going to set the title as well. We'll say template. Actually, we'll do that after. Let's just do this for now. So we need to create get by category. So let's go to our job class. Okay, and we'll say public function get by category. Okay, that's going to take in a category. And this is going to be very similar to get all jobs. So I'm going to copy this and then paste that in here. Okay, and then all I want to do is I want to create a where clause right here. So we'll say where jobs dot category ID is equal to the category that's passed in. All right, and then everything else will be the same. So let's save that, and let's see, let's go ahead and try it. So if I choose technology and find, you see it returns entry-level programming. If I go to business, find, senior investor, retail, there's nothing for retail. Okay, so that's working good. Now for the title, let's go back here. Yeah, and we're going to say template title, and let's set that. We'll say jobs in, and then what we'll do is let's concatenate here. We'll say job get category, which we have to create, and we're going to pass in category, and we want the name, so we'll say name. Alright, now if I save that and reload, we're going to get an error if we go ahead and find, because we don't have get category. So let's go create that inside of our job class. Okay, we'll pass in the category. And we're going to do this DB query. And let's pass in select all from categories where ID equals colon category underscore ID. Alright, now this colon category ID, this is a placeholder. Okay, we have to bind the value. So for that, we're going to do this DB bind, and let's pass in colon category ID, which should be in quotes, and then category ID, which should be passed in up here. Okay, and then we'll assign the row. Okay, so we're going to use the single method, or this DB single, and then we're just going to return the row. Alright, and that'll give us a single category along with the name. So let's go ahead and say business, and we didn't include it in our template, so let's go to our front page, and let's see, let's go right above the for each. We'll put it in H3 and say PHP echo title. Okay, so there we go, jobs in business. And if we're just on the regular home page, it says latest jobs. So we can now filter by category. In the next video, we're going to make it so that we can view individual job pages with some more data. Alright, so we can now filter our jobs by category. We have them listed on the home page. Now what we want to do is create our individual job pages. So we want this view link right here. We want that to go to job.php, and we also want to pass along the ID. So let's go to, let's see, templates, front page PHP, and this is the view link right here. So we're going to make this go to job.php, and then we're going to add a parameter. We're going to say ID equals, and then echo job ID. Okay, so reload, and you can see up here, job PHP, ID equals 1. Okay, now we need to create that job PHP file. We're going to create that in the root. So let's say new file and save it as job.php. And I'm going to copy what we have in index.php, paste that in, and let's change the template. I'm going to change it to templates/job single.php. That's going to be the template name. Now we want to get the ID from the URL, so right here we'll change category to ID, and then change this and this. Okay, so if there's an ID parameter, it'll get put in this variable. Alright, and let's actually call this job underscore ID. Alright, now we can get rid of all this stuff here, this if category. Okay, and then as far as variables, we just need the job itself. So template job, and that's going to come from a function in the class called getJob. Alright, we're going to pass along the job underscore ID that we're getting from the URL. Alright, so let's save that. And then we need to create the template. So inside the templates folder, let's say new file, and we're going to save it as job-single.php. Okay. And for now, let's say PHP echo job job title. Okay, now that's not going to work yet because we don't have this get job method yet. So let's go create that inside of the job library. Okay, so down here, let's say public function get job. Okay, that's going to take in an ID. And I'm going to grab this, what we have in get category, and we'll paste that in here. And then let's change the query. We want to select, actually let's do select all from jobs where ID equals ID, and then we'll bind that. Okay, bind ID to the variable ID, and then we're assigning the row and returning it. So let's save it, and now if we go and click view, you can see we're getting the job title. Alright, now we want the rest of the template in this page as well, so we need to add our header and footer. Okay, so I'm just going to grab this from the front page, put that there, and we also want the footer. Okay, so let's add the rest of the data and make this look alright. Actually, I'll put that back, and that's going to go in H2 with a class of page header. Okay, and then under that, actually, you know what, let's put the location next to it in parentheses. So right next to it, we'll say PHP echo job location. Alright, and then under that, we'll put some small tags. Okay, and that's going to say posted by, and then we want the user, the contact user. I'm pretty sure that's what the field was called. And then we'll say on, and then let's echo the date, post date. Alright, let's save that. Okay, there we go. And then underneath the small tags, I'm going to put in a horizontal rule, and then a paragraph, and inside the paragraph we'll have the description. And I'm actually going to give this a class of lead. And then under the description, we'll put a UL with the class of list group. Okay, and then each list item will have a class of list group item. And let's see, and here we're going to put the company. I'm going to put it inside strong tags, the label, and then PHP echo job company. Okay, we're also going to put the salary, so I'm going to copy that, paste it in twice. This one's going to be the salary. Okay, then we're also going to have the email, contact email. Alright, now we're going to also put a go back button so that we can get back easily. So let's put a couple line breaks. Okay, this is going to go to index.php, and it'll say go back, and then a couple more line breaks. Okay, reload, and there we go. There's our job listing. Okay, nothing special, but it has all the data we need. Alright, so we can now view our jobs. In the next video, we're going to make it so that we can create a listing using a form. Alright, so what we're going to do now is we're going to create our form so that we can add a job through our application interface. Okay, we're going to create a file in the root called create.php. Alright, and let's for now just copy what we have in index. And we're going to change the template here to job-create.php. And we don't need this or this. We do want this because we're going to have the select list of categories, so we need to get the categories. So let's go ahead and save it, and then in our templates folder we're going to create a file, and let's save it as job-create.php. Okay, and that'll be our create form. Alright, so I'm going to grab the let's grab the header include here, and also the footer. And let's put an H2 here with the class of page header. Okay, and we're going to say create job listing. And then we'll have our form. So the form is going to have a method of post and an action of create.php. Okay, so let's put in a div with a class of form group, and inside here we'll have a label, company, and then an input. Okay, this will be a text input, and we're going to give it a class of form control, and then a name of company. Okay, so that's our first field. Let's go ahead and save it and see if we can go to up here, create listing, and there we go. Alright, now we're going to have quite a few fields here, so I'm going to copy this, paste it in a few times. Okay, so after the company, we're going to have our select box for categories. So let's change this to category, and this input here is actually going to be a select, and the name is going to be category. Okay, and we need to loop through our categories. So what I'm going to do is just copy the one we have on the front page here. So we'll grab this option and then this for each. Okay, and we'll paste that in there. Save that, check it out. And there we go. Alright, so after the category, we're going to have the job title. Okay, change the name. Then we'll have the description. But I'm going to make that a text area, so let's replace this. Name will be description. Okay, that needs a closing text area tag as well. And then after the description, we'll have location. Then salary. And and then we want our contact user, and then the contact email. Okay, then let's go ahead and put in our button. It's going to be a submit. Give it a class of BTN, BTN default, a value of submit, and I'm also going to give it a name of submit. Alright, let's save that. That should do it for the form. Okay, so now what we want to do is when we submit this, it's going to submit to create.php. So let's go there. And what we want to do is check to see if it's been submitted. So we'll do an if. We're going to say if is set post submit. And then what we want to do is grab all of the data from the form and put it into an array. Okay, this is kind of long, so I'm going to just paste this in. Okay, so we have a data variable set to an array, and then we're setting these job title, company, category. I think the only one I'm missing here is contact user, so let me just throw that in. Okay, and then what we want to do is pass that to a function in our class, but we're going to stick it in an if statement to make sure that it actually works. So say job create, and then we're going to pass in the data. Okay, now what I want to do is I want to be able to redirect, and I don't want to have to use the header function. So we're actually going to create a helper file with a redirect function. Alright, so it's going to look like this. It's going to take in the location, which will be index.php. It's going to take the a message that it can display. So we'll say your job has been listed. And then it's also going to take in a third parameter, which will be either success or error. Okay, and this is we're also going to create a helper that will display an alert that'll be either red or green depending on if it's a success or an error. Alright, and then we'll do an else. And I'm just going to copy this. Okay, and if it doesn't work, then we're going to say something went wrong, and that's going to be an error. Alright, so before we create that redirect and all that, let's do this job create. Alright, so let's go into our job class. Okay, we'll say public function create, and let's pass in here that data array. Now this part I'm going to paste in. Okay, so we have an insert query, and basically we're just saying insert into jobs, and then all the fields, and then values, and all the placeholders that we need to bind to. Alright, so now under that we'll say bind data, and let me just grab this and paste this in. Okay, so we're binding each value here. Just yeah, okay, so we're binding, whoops, we don't need that. Okay, so all of the fields up here, we're binding down here to the value that's in the data array. Alright, and then we need to execute it. Okay, so we're going to say if this db execute, then we're going to return true. Okay, else, then we want to return false. Alright, and we'll save that. Now to create this redirect function, we're actually going to create a folder in the root of the application, and we're going to call it helpers. And then inside there I'm going to create a file and save it as system_helper.php. Now I'm going to paste this in. Just tab this over. Oh. Alright, so redirect takes in a page, which by default will be false, message, which will be null by default, and then message type. And basically what we're doing is we're taking in a path and we're going to redirect using header. Okay, that's nothing special, but we're also taking the message and then the message type and we're putting them into session variables so that we can access them after we get redirected. Okay, because we want to redirect first and then display the message. But if we try to display the message and then redirect, well, that's not going to work out. Alright, so we also want a function to display the message. Alright, not only display the message, but also unset the session variables. Alright, so we're going to check for a message in the session. We're going to assign it, and then we're going to check to see if it's an error. If it is, it's going to send out this with alert danger. That'll make it a red message. If not, then it'll be green with alert success. And then it's going to unset the messages down here, the message and the type. Alright, so let's go ahead and save that. Now in the config file in init, we need to add a session start up here. Okay, in order for these session variables to work. So we just want to say session start. Okay, and we also want to include that helper file. So we'll say require once, and let's say helpers / system helper.php. Okay, we'll save that. Now, the last thing we want to do before we try it is we need to run this display message somewhere. So we're going to put that right in our header. Okay, so right at the bottom here. We're going to say PHP display message. Okay, so let's go ahead and try this. Whoop. Let's see, system helper on line 3. Oh, missing the ending parentheses here. Okay, so create job listing. Let's say 1, 2, 3 communications, technology. We'll grab some text. Oh, that's the description. The job title, we'll say database admin, location, we'll say New York, salary 70K, contact user John Doe. Okay, let's go ahead and submit. Your job has been listed, and there it is. Alright, so that display message is taking care of this for us, showing us that message. And then the redirect obviously redirected us to the home page. So we can now add a job. In the next video, we want to be able to delete and update these jobs. So we're going to add some buttons down here. Now, I'm not going to implement a login system because that's just a little overwhelming, and I think it would be a little some overkill. But this is definitely an application that you could expand on. All right, and we'll talk a little bit about that later as well. All right, so we're almost there with our application. We just want to be able to delete and update these job listings. So we're going to add a couple buttons to the job page. So let's go to our templates and then job single.php. And we're going to go down under the line breaks down here and create a div, give it a class of well. And then inside there we're going to have, first of all, an edit button. Okay, so this is going to go to, let's see, this is going to go to edit.php, and it's going to pass along the ID as a parameter. So job ID. Okay, we'll give it a class of BTN default. And let's see, say edit. Okay, so that's the edit button. Now for the delete, we're going to do something a little different. This is actually going to be a form. Okay, it's going to be a form with just a button. And I'm actually going to give it a style attribute because we want it to display inline, so it's to the right of the edit button, not underneath. So let's say display inline. All right, and then we're going to say method equals post, and action is going to be job.php. Okay, now this is going to have an input. It's going to have the type of hidden. Okay, we just want to send along the ID, so we're going to give it a name of del_ID, and then a value, and in here we'll do PHP echo job ID. Okay, then we want a button or an input with the type of submit. Okay, we'll give it a class of BTN danger, and let's give it a value of delete. Okay, save that, reload, and now we have an edit and delete button. So let's take care of the delete first. Okay, we're submitting to job.php, so let's go to that file. And we're going to check for that post value. So right here, let's say if, we'll say if is set post, and we're looking for the post value del_ID. Okay, so if that's set, then let's create a variable called del_ID and set it to that. Okay, then we're going to do if, and we're going to have in the job class, we'll have a function called delete. So if job delete, and then we just want to pass along that del_ID value. Okay, so if it deletes, then we're going to call redirect, and let's pass along the path index.php, and then the text, we'll just say job deleted, and that's going to be a success. Whoop. Success. Okay, and then if not, we'll just say job not deleted, and we'll change this to an error, which will make it red. Okay, let's save that, and then we need to go into our job class, and let's go down to the bottom here after create. Okay, we'll say public function delete, and that's going to take in an ID. And I'm going to, actually I'll just grab this from create. Okay, and let's clear out this query, and then just get rid of this binding. So the query is going to be delete from jobs where ID is equal to the ID that's passed in. Okay, that should do it. Let's save it. Okay, so we'll go back and let's see. Entry level programmer will view delete, job deleted, and it's gone. Okay, so we can now delete them. Now we want to be able to update listings. So let's create, in the root, we're going to create a file called edit.php. And let's see, in here, this is going to be similar to create. So I'm going to just copy everything we have in there. Okay. Now we're going to be checking for an ID just like we did in job PHP. So I'm actually going to grab this, put that there, and instead of calling job create, it's going to call job update. And in addition to the data, we want to pass along the job ID so it knows which one to update. Okay, and then here we'll say your job has been updated. And then the template is going to be not job create, but we'll say job edit. Alright, so let's see. We also need to grab the job itself. So just like we did in job PHP, right here, we're going to grab that. Alright, so let's save that. Now we'll create the template. So in the templates folder, we'll create a file and save it as job-edit.php. And then this is going to be the same form that we have in create. So we're going to just copy all of that. Okay, except let's change it to edit job listing up here. And then the action is actually going to go to edit.php, and then we want to send along the ID as well. Like that. And then our values, we're going to have values in our inputs. So value is going to be PHP echo job, what is this, company. So I'm going to copy that value. Alright, and the select, we'll do that in a second. Let's do these text ones. Okay, this one will be job title. And this is a text area, so we don't need the value, we just need that. This will be job description. Okay, this one, location. This one is salary. Contact, email. Okay, that should be good for the inputs. So let's save that and let's see if we can actually see the page. We click edit. Alright, so there's our form. Now notice the category is not chosen. We need to treat this a little different than the inputs. We're going to go, let's see, we're going to go right here and say PHP if, it's going to have an else as well. Okay, so if job category ID is equal to category ID, then let's cut out, let's see, oh, you know what? We want this to be in the for each, so I'm going to cut this. And we want to put this right here. Alright, and then we're going to take this option and cut that. And let's paste that in both of these. Except this one here, we want to add right here, selected. Okay, so if the current iteration of the category is what the main job, the current job ID, category ID is, then it's going to say selected, which will make that the default choice. So let's save that and reload, and you can see we get technology. Okay, if I click on this one, edit, we get business. Alright, so the form looks good. Now when we submit it, it's going to go to update, which we can see right here. It's going to go to job update, so we need to create that. So let's go to our job class, and I'm going to copy what we have for create. Okay, we'll put that here and change it to update. Okay, and it's also going to be taking in an ID. And the query is going to look pretty different, so I'm going to just get rid of it. And I'm going to paste this one in. Okay, so we're going to say update job set, and then we're going to set each one, except I'm missing the contact user. Okay, and then binding is going to be the same down here, and then everything else should be the same as well. So let's save that. Okay, and then we're going to go and let's go to this job here, view, edit. Let's change it to 1, 2, 3, 4 communications, submit, and let's see, we're getting an error. And why is that? That's because there's no, I forgot a comma right here. Alright, so let's go ahead and try that again. It has been updated. Now if we say view, now it says 1, 2, 3, 4 communications. Alright, so we can now update listings. So that should be it. We now have an application that can perform CRUD operations, create, read, update, and delete on job listings. Hopefully you enjoyed this and learned quite a bit from it. And thanks for watching. Alright, so in this section of the course, we're going to be working with Ruby on Rails. Now, if you don't know anything at all about Ruby on Rails, then you may not know that it's not an actual language. It's a framework for building web applications, and it's a framework that's built on the Ruby programming language. Alright, so before we get into Rails, I just want to talk about Ruby. Ruby is a dynamic, reflective, object-oriented, general-purpose programming language. And the creator of Ruby, Yukihiro Matsumoto, was influenced by languages like Perl, Smalltalk, Eiffel, and Lisp. Okay, Ruby can be used to create desktop and web applications. It supports multiple paradigms such as functional programming, object-oriented, and imperative programming. It also uses a dynamic type system, meaning that we don't have to explicitly declare variable types. Okay, so let's look at a quick example of some Ruby code. So basically here we have a class called greeter, and you can just kind of compare this to some of the other classes we've created in this course in languages like JavaScript and PHP. Alright, so notice that this right here is a method or a function called initialize. Notice that there's no curly braces. Okay, there's limited punctuation. and I'll get to the reason why in a minute, but we're going to say def initialize. So instead of saying function initialize, we use this def keyword, which is for define. All right, and that's going to take in a name parameter. And then what we're going to do is we're going to set the name property to name.capitalize. So whatever the name that's being passed in, and then we're just going to add the .capitalize. Okay, everything is an object in Ruby, so everything can have methods like this. And then at the end, we use end instead of a closing curly brace. All right, then down here we have another method called salute. And what this does here is it's going to print out hello and then the name. Okay, puts you can think of as like echo in PHP. It's going to print it out. And this is how we can grab the class property name. Okay, and then here we have an end to end salute, and then another end which ends the greeter class. Now over here we're instantiating the class. We're creating a variable called g, setting it to greeter.new, and we're passing in world as the name parameter. And then down here we can just call g.salute. Okay, so we're calling out this method here. Okay, so the logic here is very similar to, let's say, a PHP class. It's just the syntax is a little different. All right, so let's talk about some of the principles of Ruby. The creator really wanted this language to mimic standard English. That's why in the example we just saw, we don't see as much punctuation. There's no curly braces. It also tends to use basic English keywords like def or define. Like some other object-oriented programming languages, Ruby sees everything as an object and has the capability of using methods. Okay, so a string, number, function, array, they're all looked at as objects in Ruby. Ruby is also very flexible. There's no compiling, dynamic typing, and even the syntax itself is pretty flexible. It's very loosely typed. Ruby also uses something called code blocks, which we'll get into later, which are chunks of code that you can assign to a named block, and then you can invoke those with a function. Alright, so Ruby is cross-platform, and it can be installed in many different ways. So we'll be working in Windows, but for Linux and Mac, you have your standard package managers you can use depending on what distribution you're using. RVM is a popular way to install Ruby. It's basically a Ruby version manager, which allows you to install and manage multiple instances and versions of Ruby on your system. Okay, there's also something called RBenv, which I think is similar to RVM, but I don't have any experience with that, so I can't say too much about it. All right, and then of course you can build it from the source code. In Windows, there's something called Ruby Installer, which is a simple installer that will put Ruby on your machine. Okay, this is nice if you want to just have Ruby, but not Rails, or if you want to install Rails manually. But there's also something called Rails Installer, and that'll actually install both Ruby and Rails. Okay, so that's what we'll be using in this section. There's other ways as well, but these are some of the most popular. Now, Ruby has its own package manager called Ruby Gems. Gems are self-contained packages or modules with various types of functionality. Okay, now we've worked with Node.js and NPM in this course already, and Ruby Gems can be kind of thought of as NPM for Ruby. There's actually a lot of similarities. Inside each gem file, or inside each gem, you'll find the code, the documentation, and also a gem spec. And this contains all the info about that particular gem. Okay, kind of like a package.json file in Node.js. Okay, Bundler is a tool that's used to manage and track gems, and we can use bundle install to install gems just like we would npm install in Node. Gem dependencies for an app should be listed in a file called gem file. Alright, so what's nice is that all of this Ruby Gems, Bundler, it's all included in the Rails installer, so we're not going to have to install any of these things separately. Alright, so now that we've covered the Ruby programming language, let's start to look at Ruby on Rails. So Rails, or Ruby on Rails, is a server-side web application framework written in the Ruby programming language. Rails was created back in 2005, and it was created to essentially enable developers to write less code while accomplishing more than many other languages and frameworks would. Alright, Rails also uses the MVC design pattern. So what is MVC? It stands for Model View Controller, and it's an architectural pattern for implementing user faces and building strong applications. It basically splits your application into three interconnected parts, which are the model, the view, and the controller. Okay, the model is responsible for directly managing the data, logic, and the rules of the application. So things like interacting with the database, fetching data, posting data, this all goes throughout the model. The view handles the output representation of information. Many frameworks use templates to display the UI, and this all has to do with the view. The controller is basically just that. It controls the flow of the operation of the application. It accepts input and converts it to commands for the model view. Okay, and it accepts input from the URL and also from forms and so on. So why would you use Rails? What are some of the advantages over other frameworks? So it does abstract and simplify common repetitive tasks, and this in turn saves you a ton of time. And this is typical of any framework, but Rails is especially good at very fast prototyping and even deployment. So if you want to get something up and running in the quickest way possible, Rails is a great framework to do that with. It also has an amazing scaffolding feature, which basically creates a boilerplate application with just a couple commands. Rails also has a really vibrant community of support. So if you ever get stuck, there's plenty of people out there in forums to help you out. Alright, and there's some really good documentation as well. Ruby on Rails has a very intuitive command line interface, or CLI. We can use it to generate essentially any part of the application. Scaffolding is also available through the CLI. Alright, since Rails uses Ruby, we can also use the Ruby Gems library, which allows us to extend functionality of our application through gem packages. Alright, Ruby is very clean-cut code, so the programming in a Rails application is usually pretty neat and pretty readable. Alright, also testing. We're not going to really get into testing in this course, but Rails has a really great testing automation for all types of tasks. Alright, and then lastly, there's many database options. SQLite, which is a file-based database, MySQL, Postgres, and we can even use NoSQL databases like MongoDB. Alright, so there are a lot of huge names out there using Rails for either all of their applications or part of them. Hulu, Groupon, Living Social, Twitter, Basecamp, realestate.com.au. These are just some of the services that are using Rails in some of their applications. So creating an application with Rails is extremely simple. Once we get it installed, all we need to do is run Rails new and then the application name. So in this case, we'd create an app called My App, and that's going to create all the folders and files that we need. Alright, and I'll go over what those folders and files are in the next video. Alright, Rails also ships with a dev server, and we can run the application with the command Rails server or Rails S. Okay, so most of these commands, they have a long and a short way to start them. Alright, so this will, if we run Rails server, that's going to start the application on our local host on port 3000 by default. Alright, Rails generate is also another helpful command. This is used to generate things like controllers, models, assets, and so on. And also Rails has a console command that you can use to directly interact with the app through the command line. So Rails has a really nice routing system. It basically takes in a URL with parameters, and then it decides which controller action method should be run from that URL. So we can also define custom routes. So if we see this right here, customers/25, if we go to that, inside, if we go into the URL bar and we type that in, it's going to make a GET request to this customers 25, and what we can do is set up a route here saying customers/ID to customers show. Okay, so this is going to map that URL to this view, customers show. All right, and all this is done in the config, inside the config folder in a file called routes.rb. Okay, that's where we're going to define all of our routes. There's also something called resource routes, which allow us to quickly declare all common routes for a given resourceful controller, instead of declaring separate routes for things like index, show, new, edit, and so on. And we can do that just by putting this in our routes file. So for instance, we're adding photos as a resource here, and then that's going to create all of these routes for us. Okay, for get request photos, photos new, which will open the form or open the new view, post, which is going to create a new photo, get photos ID, which will display an individual photo. We have get photos ID edit, which will allow us to edit, patch or put photos ID. This will do the actual update, and then we can have a delete request to photos ID, and that will delete a specific photo. All right, but I'm not going to get too much into this now. We'll get to routing. All right, guys, so we're going to set up our environment to be able to build Ruby on Rails apps. Now, before we install Rails Installer, I want to install something called Git, which is a version control system. Now, you can install Git with Rails Installer, but I'm doing this as well because this actually comes with a tool called Git Bash, which is a special command line tool. I think it's only for Windows, so you don't have to worry about this if you're in Linux or Mac. But it basically adds some extra stuff to the command line. And another reason why I want to use this is because for some reason the Rails command isn't working on my system in the standard command prompt. All right, I don't know if that's going to be an issue for you, but I would suggest getting this anyway. You can do everything you can do in the standard Windows command line and more. All right, so it's at git-scm.com, and I'm just going to click this button here, download for Windows, and we'll go ahead and download that. Okay, so it's downloaded. Let's install it. Open it up. Okay, and we're just going to go through this real quick. That's fine. We're going to leave that stuff. That's good. Actually, I'm going to put an icon on the desktop. Next. Now, this option here, I'm going to choose this one, which is use Git and optional Unix tools from the Windows command prompt. Yeah, just check that one so that Git and the optional tools will be added to the path. And then this we can leave, these we can leave as default. All right, we'll click install. All right, so that's all set. And I'm going to uncheck the release notes. And if I choose to launch it, you'll see that it'll open up a command line like this. All right. So now that that's set up, we want to install the Rails installer. So let's go to railsinstaller.org and go down to the bottom here. And we have Ruby 2.1 and 2.2 at this time. So I'm going to grab 2.2 for Windows. Okay, we'll go ahead and download that. It's 104 megabytes, so it might take a minute. All right, and I also want to mention that what's nice about this Git Bash tool is that you can go to a folder and right-click and say Git Bash here, and that'll open up a command line right in that folder. So that's pretty handy. All right, so this is just about done. So we'll start that up. Okay, we'll go through this. And let's see. So I'm going to keep the install Git checked, even though we already have it, and also this to add the executables for Ruby to our path. And I already have a Rails installer folder. You shouldn't, but I already installed it and then uninstalled it. So I'm just going to click to proceed anyway. Alright, and then we'll just go through and install this. This might take a minute. Alright, so that's all set. We'll click finish, and it just opens a command line. You may get some questions about your Git, about your name and email. Just enter those if you do. I already have that set up, so it's not. Now, in the command line here, we can say Ruby V, and that gives us the current version of Ruby. If I say Rails V, it says it can't find the path specified, which I thought was odd, but it does work with Git Bash. So let's open that up, and we'll say Ruby V. Okay, it gives us the version. Rails V. Okay, that works. Also gem. You can see we get the version of Ruby gems, and also bundler, and we have that as well. So we have everything we need for our environment. Now let's go back to the sites folder. Okay, so when you install Rails Installer, it creates a folder called sites in your C drive, and that's where we want to create our applications. Alright, now just to test this out, let's say Rails new, and we'll just call this Rails app. Alright, you can see it's creating all these different files and folders. And what I'm going to do is open up Sublime, or you can open up whatever editor you're using, and I'm just going to add that sites folder to my project here. Alright, now we're getting this message here saying it's about SSL certificates. I don't want to deal with SSL certificates, so what I'm going to do is open up that folder, go into gem file, and see how we have the source HTTPS Ruby gems. I'm going to just get rid of the S. Alright, and then we'll save that. And let's go back here, and we're going to run, first of all, we have to go into that folder, Rails app. And then let's try to run bundle install. Alright, so that's just going to install all of these gems, all the dependencies. Alright, so now that that's all set, let's try and run Rails server. Or you could also run Rails S. And that should start it up. Okay, and the server is called WebBrick. Okay, so like I don't know, I guess it doesn't open it on its own. So we're going to go into our browser and go to localhost port 3000. And there we go. So this is our application. This is the default landing page. Okay, it's telling us we can generate models and controllers, set up a route to replace this page, and configure our database. Okay, so those are some recommended steps to do next. Alright, but we're going to go ahead and stop here now that we have Rails installed and we're able to create a new application. Alright guys, so I have my server up and running here from the Rails app application that we created in the last video. And you can see we have the landing page here. Now what I want to do is I want to first create just a basic, I guess just a website that's going to have different pages that we can load. Alright, so we want to create a controller for pages, and that way we can just add them as we see fit. We can add a home page, an about page, whatever we'd like to do. Alright, now this isn't typically something you'd build with Ruby on Rails, but I think it's a good example to kind of show you how things work. Alright, now if we go and we look in the folder structure here, the most important folder is the app folder. Okay, that's where the entire MVC structure is stored. We have controllers, and you can see by default we have an application controller, and these are all classes. Okay, so this is a class which can have properties and methods, and then we have models, okay, and then we have views. And there's a folder here called layouts, and then this application.html.erb. This is basically the wrapper for our application. This is where the title is, this is where the style sheets. You can see it has its own syntax to add style sheets, JavaScripts, and then this yield represents the core application. All right. Okay, it will look at the route that we're at, the URL, and then it'll load the correct data or the correct part of the application. All right, so what we're going to do is create a pages controller. So we can do that through the command line. Now I do have one command line open that's running the WebBrick server, so we're not going to stop that. What I'm going to do is just open another one. So let me just do that real quick. So in Rails app, I'm going to open another git bash window. All right, and let's make this a little bigger. Now to generate a controller, we can say Rails, and you can either you could spell out generate, or you can just do G, and then we're going to say controller pages. All right, now it's a good idea to, for one, keep your first letter uppercase with a controller, and also make it plural. All right, an unwritten rule is that your controllers will be plural, your models will be singular. Okay, so if we have a page model, it'll be page, the controller is pages. All right, so let's go ahead and run that. And then that should create a file in the controllers folder, and it actually lists out what it creates. So it created a pages controller file, and by the way, these Rails folders use an RB extension. It also creates a view. Okay, inside the views folder, it creates a pages folder, and let's see, does it create the view? Let me just refresh these. All right, so if we look in views, pages, okay, so it's not going to create any actual views for us because we didn't specify it, but it does create a folder in the views. All right, now let's take a look at pages controller, and all it is a class definition. Okay, pages controller is the class name, and it extends application controller, which is the core controller. Okay, and this represents extends. Now what I want to do is create a method here. Okay, so we're going to create a method called index, and we need to use this def keyword, which is define. So we'll say define index, and then down here we'll say end. All right, and that's all we need to do right now. So we'll save this, and then we're going to add a route for this controller action. So we'll go to config, and let's open up routes.rb, and there's a bunch of comments here kind of explaining you the different types of routes you can do. We actually want this to represent the home route, this index. Now you can see right here there's this root, and then this is pointing to welcome index. What this is looking at is a welcome controller and then an index method. Okay, well our controller is called pages, so we're going to use that. All right, let's uncomment this. So we want to say that our root should be the pages controller and the index method. So let's go ahead and save that and go back and reload. Okay, now you see that it changed, but we're getting an error, and it's telling us that the template's missing. So since it's the index method, it's looking for an index template. So we're going to go into views, and then inside the pages folder, we're going to create a new file and save it as index.html.erb. Okay, and ERB stands for embedded Ruby. So in here, let's go ahead and just put an H1, and we'll just say home. Okay, let's save that and reload, and now we get that home template. All right. Now, hopefully, if you know nothing about Ruby on Rails or MVC, hopefully you're not too confused. Basically, let me just reiterate. We created a controller called pages controller, and then we created a method or an action called index. Then we went to the routes file, and we said that the root of our site should pertain to the pages controller and the index method. Now, since we're using the index method in the controller, it's looking for an index view inside the pages folder in the views. All right, and that's what it's loading. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. So let's create another page. Let's say we want an about page. All right, so we'll go back to the pages controller, and we're going to define a method called about. And all we need to do is for these to work and for it to look for the template is define the method name. All right, so let's do about, and then we'll also do two more. We'll do services, and we'll do contact. All right, so we'll save that, and then let's go to the routes file here. And we're going to add some more routes, and I'm actually going to get rid of all these comments. Alright, so in here, what we want to do is we want to say get, because we're talking about a get request here. And we want to say about. Okay, now this is the actual route, and we want that to point to the pages controller and the about method, okay, or the about and the about view. Now we can also add aliases here that we can use throughout the application by saying as colon and then about. All right, we can actually do that up here as well. Okay, so we'll say as home. All right, and then we're just going to do this for the other pages as well. Okay, so this one will be services, and then this one will be contact. Okay, now when we load these routes, it's going to look for the views. So let's create those inside pages. We'll create a file called about.html.erb. We'll put in an H1 here. We'll say about. Okay, let's create another one. Services. Okay, we'll do H1. And then finally we'll do contact.html.erb. Alright, so let's go ahead and go to /about, and there it is. Services and contact. Okay, so we now have the pages controller, we have a couple methods set up, and we have routes that are pointing to those views as well. Alright, so in the next video we're gonna make this look a little better. We're gonna add Bootstrap so we can also add a nav bar so we can navigate through these routes. And I also want to show you how we can create dynamic variables within the methods here and then pass them to the view. Alright, so we'll get to that next. Alright guys, in the last video we created a pages controller, some methods, and some views, and we set up a router, or set some routes up so that we can navigate to those. Alright, so let's create a nav menu and add those routes as links. Now we're going to use Bootstrap just to make it look a little nicer, and I'm just going to grab this CDN link right here and copy it. This is at bootstrapcdn.com. And we want to put this in the layouts, and then in views layouts, and then application HTML ERB. Now this right here is the syntax that's used when displaying things like variables or methods or any dynamic data inside a Rails view. We want to use this less than, %, and then equals if we're outputting something, the equal sign. If it's a loop or an if statement or something like that, we won't use the equal sign. Alright, and then that's closed off here with this side. Alright, now we're just going to add in another style sheet. This is using the, I believe it's the HTML helper style sheet link tag, so that's what we're going to use here. So we'll say style sheet link tag, and then we're just gonna put in a set of quotes and then end it, and then we're just gonna paste that link right in that set of quotes. Alright, so if we save that, go back, reload, and now you can see that the font's changed, meaning that the Bootstrap CSS file is being read. Alright, now let's grab a nav bar by going to Get Bootstrap and then Getting Started. And we want to go to down here where we see all these templates, and we're going to grab this starter template. Just do a Control U, and let's see, we're going to grab this nav tag right here down to where the container ends. Alright, copy that, and we're going to put that right beneath the body tag. And then just take this yield right here, cut it, and we're going to replace the div with the class of starter template with that yield. That way a container wraps around all the content. Alright, now let's change some stuff here. We're going to get rid of this navbar fixed top class. We're going to change this project name to, we'll say, Rails app. And then we have our links. Alright, and let's get rid of the active class. Alright. Actually, you know what? That doesn't really matter because we're not even going to use A tags here. There's a special helper we can use for our links. Alright, so inside the list item here, we're going to use our template syntax here and then say link to. Okay, that's what we're going to use here. We're going to say link to home. Okay, that's what will be displayed as the text. And then we can use this home underscore path. Now the reason that we can use home path is because if we look at our routes that we created, let's see, we put this route right here as home. Okay, so since we used as home, we can use home path. For this we can use about path, services path, and so on. Alright, so let's go ahead and copy that. Okay, and then this one here will be about, and that will be about path. This one will be services, and contact. Alright, so let's save that, and then we'll go and reload. Okay, so if I click about, you can see it takes us to about, services, and contact. So we now have a working navigation menu. Now let's go back into our templates here, and let's say we just want a title and then a paragraph. Let's say this is the about page. Okay, contact. This isn't going to be a form. It would just be something like contact us at blah blah blah, whatever. So we'll save that. Index. Say welcome to the home page. Services. We'll just say this is the services page. Save that. Now we have a short paragraph on each page. Now I want to show you how we can add dynamic data to our template from our controller. Alright, so let's go to the index right here, and we can set a variable with this @ symbol, and then we'll call this title. Alright, and we'll set this to welcome. Alright, and then we'll set another one called content, and we'll set that to what did I have on the home? This right here. Now what I want to do is I want to pass these two values to the template and output them. So let's go to our index.html, and instead of this static text right here, let's put in our tags, and then we'll say @title, and then like that. Okay, and we'll do the same thing with the content. Okay, so now if I save it and we go back and reload, you can see that now welcome is that data is now being inserted into the template, okay, from the controller. And then what we'll do is just copy this, and let's put that on all of these. Okay, and then we can go to our controller and we'll set these. Actually, we don't need semicolons here. Okay, this one will be services. Alright, so let's reload, and now you can see that data is being passed into all of these views. Now you may look at these templates and say, well, they're all the same. This is kind of repetitive. So what you could do in this situation is use what's called a partial. Okay, you can actually include templates or views in other templates. When I say templates and views, I basically mean the same thing. Alright, so what we'll do here is inside the pages folder, we'll create a folder called partials, and inside there let's create a file and we'll save it as underscore content.html.erb. And I used an underscore because that's kind of an unwritten rule for partials. Okay, it lets us know that that's not actually a full template or view, it's a partial. And then what we can do is let's grab this, put it in there, save it, and then we can go back into these templates and get rid of that. And let's put in our tag, and we'll say render, and then I think we have to include the actual pages folder name. So let's say render pages partials / content, and I don't believe we need the underscore here. Alright, so let's go ahead and try that. We'll save it and then reload, go to about, and it's loading up. Okay, so it's working, so we're going to copy that and we're going to just put that in all of these. Okay, go back, reload, and it still all works. Alright, so that's how we can use partials. Now, let's say that if we look in our controller, we have these values which are just strings. Let's say we have an array in services. Alright, so but in addition to the content, let's say services. Alright, and we're going to set that to a set of brackets, and inside here let's say web design, web development, and SEO. Okay, so we want to save that. Now in our services view, we want to list these. So let's go under the partial here, and we can actually loop through these values. Alright, so to do that, we're going to use our less than and percent, but not the equals, because we're not outputting. We're going to use a for loop. We're going to say for at service in, okay, this is a for in loop, and then services. Alright, now this is actually coming from the controller. This we could call anything, but it makes sense to call it service. And then we need to make sure that we put an end down here, like that. And then in here, let's put in a div, and we'll give it a class of well. And then let's do our tags. This will have an equals because it's an output, and we're going to say service. Okay, Save that. Let's go to services, and there you go. So it's taking that array from the controller, and then we're looping through it with this for in loop inside of the view. Okay. So I think that that's good for this basic website project, but I do want to, in the next video, start to add to this, and we're going to create a blog, which will essentially be a whole nother part of this application. We're going to have a whole nother controller called the post controller, and this will function a lot more like how your standard Rails application would work. Okay, it's basically, we're going to build a CRUD application that will create, read, update, and delete posts. All right, I started with this, with the static pages here, just to kind of, just something that's a little easier to work your way into working with Rails. All right, so we'll start on the blog in the next video. All right, guys, so we're going to start on the second part of this application. Okay, you can also almost think of this as a second project. We're going to add a blog to this. Okay, so we're going to generate a new controller. So let's open up our command line here, the one that's not running the server. And we're going to generate a controller. So let's say Rails G controller. And we're going to call this posts. Now, in the last time when I generated the pages controller, we just ran it like this. But we can actually add method names here, and it will add the method to the controller. It'll also add a view file. So let's say we want index new, create, edit, update, show, and destroy. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and run that. Alright, so now let's go to controllers and then post controller, and you'll see that it added those methods for us. If we look in views, there's now a post folder. If I look in there, we have a file for each one of these, and each of them have an H1 and a paragraph. Alright, now each of these methods and views have a certain purpose, so let me just go through those. The index is going to show a list of our posts, okay, all of our posts on one page. New is going to be the landing page for the form to add a new post. Create is going to be the action to create a new post, so we'll submit the form and it'll go to create. Edit is going to represent the landing page for the edit form, and then update will be the processing for the edit form. Show will represent the individual post, and then destroy will, of course, destroy or delete the post. Okay, so that's what these do. Now, we need to create a route for each one, because if we go and we say /posts, and we go enter, okay, we're getting a routing error. If we go to post/new, okay, so that does work. Let me just check something out here. If I go to our routes file, which is, where is it? Config routes. Okay, so apparently it does add that. I forgot that it does add the routes here. Now, instead of doing all this, we can do something much easier, and we can add a resource route. So all we have to do is say resources : posts, and that's going to create all those routes for us: the new, the create, edit, all those. So let's save it, and then there's actually a way that we can see our routes. If we go to our command line and we say rake routes, takes a second. Okay, so now if we look here, you can see we have /posts, which pertains to post index, and that's a GET request. A POST request to /posts we'll call post create. Okay, a GET request to post new, we'll go to post new. Post ID edit, we'll go to edit. Show, post ID, we'll go to show. Update, a delete request to post ID we'll call post destroy. Okay, so we have all these routes just by this one line here. Alright, and since I use the resources, we should now be able to go to just posts, and it brings us to the index. Alright, so we don't have to go to post/index. That would be kind of stupid. We just want it to go to posts. Alright, so now what I want to do is add a link to our menu, to our blog. So let's go to Views, Layouts, Application, and let's see, we'll just add this right here. Okay, we'll call it blog. The text will say blog, and then we're going to set it to post path. Okay, save that, and now we have a link to our post index. I also want to create a link over here to create a post. Now I want that in a different UL because I want it over here. So what I'm going to do is copy this, paste that in, and then I'm going to add a class here of navbar right. Okay, and then we're going to get rid of all but one of these. The text will say create post, and then here we'll say new underscore post underscore path. Okay, reload that, and now we have a link to the post new, which will be a form. Alright, so I think we'll stop here, and in the next video we will create our form, and then I'll show you how we can process that and also add a model. Alright guys, so in the last video we went ahead and created our post controller with some methods, and we have our links here to the blog page as well as the create post. Now before we can create a post, we need to create a model, because models are what deal with data. Okay, so I don't know if I mentioned this, but by default our Rails application is using an SQLite database, okay, which is a very light database, as the name hints to, but this is a file-based database. It's not something you would use on a big production app, and it is pretty easy to use something else. For instance, I'll show you how to use later on. I'll show you how to use something like PostgreSQL. You can also use MySQL or even a NoSQL database. Okay, but for now we're just going to stick with SQLite. Now the database you use doesn't really matter. Okay, everything you do is through the application, including creating the tables and stuff. We can actually do that through database migrations. All right, if we look in the config file or config folder, there's a database.yml file, and that's where you can see we're using the SQLite 3 adapter. Okay. Now we could install another adapter and use that as well, and then add our login information here for that database. Okay, and then we could still do our migrations, and everything else would be the same pretty much. So what I want to do is create a model. So we can do that just like we did with the controller. We can do it through the command line. So let's see, we're going to clear this out. And let's do Rails G model, and we're going to say post. Now remember, models should be singular. Okay, now we also want to include the fields that we want. So we're going to have a title, which will be a string, and we're going to have a body, which will be a text field. Alright, so let's go ahead and run that. And this is going to create a couple things. Okay, first of all, it created a model file. If we look in models, we now have post.rb, which is a class called post that extends active record. And then it also created a migration file. So if we look in db migrate, and we look at this file right here, it has a timestamp and it says create posts. Okay, so this is a migration. And what this is going to do, it's going to create a table called posts in our database, no matter what type of database we're using. And then it's going to create a string field called title, and then a text field called body. Okay, and it also has a timestamp. Now, the table is not created yet. Okay, just the migration file. To run this migration, we have to go back into our command line, and we need to run rake db :migrate. Alright, so if we go ahead and run that, that's what's going to finalize it and what's going to actually create this table for us. Alright, and you can see this is what we get when it's a success. Okay, so we can now continue to work with our application with this database table. So let's create the form on the create post page. Alright, so we'll go to views, posts, and then new.html.erb. Alright, so let's go ahead and change the heading here. We'll say create post. Alright, now we're going to use the form helper here. So we'll open up our tags, and we're going to say form_4. Okay, and we're going to say post and URL, which is going to be posts_path. Okay, so we're sending a post request to /posts, and then we want to say do and put in 2 pipe characters and put in F. Okay, and that's going to represent each field. Alright, so let's go ahead and end this. Okay, so we're going to create our first field. I'm going to put it in paragraph tags. Actually, let's put it in a div. Okay, we'll give it a class of form group. And inside here we're going to put, let's do a label. So we'll put our tag, and then we're going to take that F variable and say f.label, and this is going to be for the title. Alright, so that'll create a label for us. And we'll put a line break, and then we want our input. Okay, so this is going to be a text field. So we'll say f.text field. Alright, and I'm going to put parentheses here because I want to add a class. And in order to do that, we have to add a second parameter. Okay, we're going to open some curly braces, and we'll say class, and we want that to be form control. Okay, we could do it like this without the parentheses, but since we want to put a class, we have to add a second parameter, so we want to put these parentheses. Alright, so that'll give us our input. Let's go ahead and check it out. Okay, now the next field is going to be the body. So for that is going to be a text area. So I'm going to copy this, and let's change this to body. And instead of text field, we're going to do text area, and we'll change this to body. Okay, so there we have our body field. Alright, and then finally we want a submit button. I'm going to put that in a paragraph. So for this, we can say f.submit and open up some parentheses, and inside here we're going to put in our curly braces because we want to add a class, and the class is going to be btn and then btn primary. Okay, so we'll submit that, we'll reload that, and now we have our button. Alright, now if I were to submit the form, it takes us to posts, and you can see that this is actually calling the create. Alright, so if we look at our controller, post controller, this is what it's actually going to. Now if we wanted to just catch the input and display it, we could do render. We could say render plain and we want to get the parameters post, and we could call dot inspect. Alright, so if we go ahead and save that, we'll say test title, test body, and save post, and you can see that we're getting that data. Okay, obviously this isn't what we want to do. We want to actually submit the data, so I'm just going to comment that out so you have it. Alright, and then what we can do here is do at post and set that to post dot new, and in here pass in this params post. Okay, so let's try that, and just say test title, test body, save. Now we should get an error. Alright, now the reason we're getting this error is because we haven't defined the attributes that we want to be able to accept. We don't want to just be able to accept anything. Alright, so what we can do is add another method down here, and this is going to be private, so it can only be accessed through here. And then we'll say def post underscore params. Alright, and then inside here we want to say params dot require, and I don't want to use these semicolons, so params require post, and then dot permit. Okay, and then here is where we want to put the accepted fields. So we want to accept a title, and we want a body. Alright, now all we have to do is go back up here, and instead of putting in this params post, we're going to put in that function name, which is post underscore params. Alright, so let's go ahead and save that, and let's go and we'll say blog post 1. This is a blog post for post 1. Submit. Okay, so if we go to, alright, so now to check and see if that actually worked, I want to create a show page for an individual post, and after we submit we should be redirected to that. So let's go in here and we'll do redirect underscore to, and then at post. Okay, so save that, and inside the show method right here we want to do post equals post dot find, and in here we're going to say params ID, and that's going to get it from the URL. Okay, so then we'll go into our show view, and let's just replace this with our tags, and we'll say at post dot title. Okay, so that should get the title, and then we also want the body, and we'll put that right here. Okay, so now let's go and create a new post, and we'll say blog post 2. We'll say this is the second blog post. Save. Okay, so that didn't redirect. Did I not save this? Let's see. If I go to post, it's strange. Create, redirect to post. Oh, you know, we didn't call save. That's what happened. So we need to say post dot save. Alright, so let's try that again. So we'll say blog post 1. This is the first post, and save. There we go. So now you can see that we're at post/1, and we're getting the title and the body for that post. Alright, so we just forgot to save it. We were just getting the post and then redirecting. Alright, so that's how we can create a model and how we can run a database migration, and now we can add posts and we can also view individual posts. Now in the next video I want to do a little bit of form validation, because right now we can submit a post with no title or body, and we'll do that. And then I also want to be able to list our posts on the blog page. Alright, so we'll do that next. Alright, so now I want to talk about validation. Okay, we want to be able to validate our title field by making it required and also giving it a minimum length of 5 characters. Alright, so let's go to models and then post.rb, and this is actually really simple. All we have to do is say validates and then the field name, which is title. Alright, and then we'll put a comma, and then present we're going to set to true. Okay, that makes it required. And then we're also going to do length. We'll say minimum 5. Okay, and that's it. So let's save that. Now if we go back and try to submit, let's see, that shouldn't have worked. Oh, we didn't edit the controller yet. So let's go to pages controller, post controller, and go to the create method. And instead of just saying post save, we're going to do if post save. Okay, now notice when I submit this, it's not redirecting us to the post because there isn't one. So we want to check this and say if post save, and we don't need these parentheses. Then we're going to do the redirect. Alright, and then we're going to do an else. Okay, else, then we just want to render the same view, the form, the new view. Alright, and then we need our end. Okay, so let's go ahead and go to create post and try to submit, and you'll see that it doesn't let us. It just re-renders the view. Now we're going to want a message telling us what's going on, or the user's not going to know. So what we can do is go into let's see, our new view here, and let's go right below the H1, and we're going to put in an if statement. Actually, let's do this within the form. Alright, so we'll say if post dot errors dot any. Okay, and then that needs to end. So that's basically just going to check to see if there's any errors, and then if there are, then we want to do is loop through them and display them. Alright, so in here we're going to say post dot errors dot full underscore messages, and then we're going to do an each loop here. So we'll say each do, and then in here we'll put in MSG, which will represent the message. Alright, now in here what we'll do is display a div, and we'll give it a bootstrap class of alert, and then also alert danger, which will make it red. And in here we want to display the message. Okay, so we just need to put in our MSG. Okay, so that should do it. Let's save it, and let's try to submit. Let's see. See what's going on here. Alright, so in our new method, it's giving us the error because it doesn't know what this is, this post. So all we have to do is in the controller, we'll say post equals post.new. Okay, we'll save that. Okay, so now if we try to click save, now we get title can't be blank, and title is too short, minimum is 5 characters. Alright, so that's how we can do some validation. Very, very simple, not a lot of code at all. Now what we want to do is list our posts on this page here. Alright, so in our controller, we'll go to index, and let's say posts, and we just want to set that to post.all. Okay, so that's going to go into our post model, and it's going to get all of the posts. So we'll save that, and then we'll go to our view, our index view, and up here in the H1 we'll just say latest blog posts, and then we can take that post value and we'll do an each loop. So to do that, we'll say at posts dot each do, and we'll use post as our variable. Okay, and then in here let's put a div. So each post will have a class of well, and it'll have an H3. We'll put the title in here. Okay, actually we don't need the @ sign here. And then we just want the body. Let's put that in a paragraph. And that'll be post.body. Okay, I also want a link to go to the post page. So we'll use the link to method here. And for the text, it'll say read more. And that's going to go to post path, and then just pass in post. Alright, and then we also want to add a class of BTN default. Okay, and that should do it. Let's save it, reload, and there's our post. Okay, if we go ahead and add another one, save, brings us to that individual post, and if we go to a blog link here, you can see we have blog post 2. Okay, so we can now list them. In the next video, I'm going to show you how we can add an edit button, and we'll be able to edit the posts. Alright guys, what we want to do now is we want to be able to edit our posts. Okay, so let's go to our post controller and go into the edit method here, and we're just going to say post and set that to post.find, and then just pass in params ID. So that's what's going to get the ID from the URL. And notice it's the same exact code that's in show. Okay, we just want to grab the post and bring it in. Alright, and then what we'll do is go to our views, posts, and then edit. And we're going to grab the same form that we have for new. Okay, so we'll just get that entire thing and paste that in. Whoops. Paste that in, and then we'll change this to edit post. Alright, so let's save that. And then if we were to go to post/1/edit, now you can see we have our form, and it's already pre-filled for us. Okay, so all this stuff, Rails is really good with this stuff to actually go and fetch the data without us even, and put it in the form without us even specifying a value or anything like that. Alright, now since we're using the same exact form, we can actually put that into a partial. So in the post folder, let's create a file, and we'll save it as _form.html.erb. Alright, and then we'll grab that form, and let's cut it, and we'll put that in the partial file, save that, close it up, and then in here we're just going to do we're going to render it. So let's do equals render, and we should just be able to say form, I believe, since it's in the same directory. Let's try that. Okay, so that looks like it works. Now let's copy that and put it in new as well. Save it. Okay, so now we have our form. Alright, now we want to add a link to the form from the post so that we can edit it. So let's go to show HTML.erb, and we're going to go right here and put a horizontal rule tag, and then let's do a link to. So we'll say link to, and the text will be edit, and we want it to go to edit underscore post path, and then we just need to pass in that at post, and then let's add a class. Say BTN and BTN default. Alright, save that. Okay, now we have an edit button. I click that and we can edit the post. If we go to post 2, click edit, and you can see we're now editing post 2. Now when we submit this, it's going to go to update. Alright, so if we go to post controller and in update, we want this line here. Alright, and then let's copy what we have in our create, this if statement right here. Okay, and we'll put that there, but instead of post save, we want to do post update, and we also want to pass in post params like that. Alright, and then we'll say if post update post params redirect to post, else then we want to render edit. Alright, so let's save that, and then we should be able to update these. So let's see, instead of blog post 2 with the text, we'll say blog post 2 with the number. Save, and you can see that it's now changed. Oh, okay, so it added it in addition to that one, which we don't want. So let's see what we did wrong. So let's go to our form, which is in a partial. Okay, so what we want to do is, instead of having this post right here and this post path, we're going to get rid of that, and we're just going to put in at post do F. Okay, so now we're not specifying that it's a post request, because when we do the update, it's actually a patch. So let's save that, and now we'll try this again. So let's go to blog post 1, edit, and then we'll change that to a 1, update, and let's go to the list, and now you can see that it didn't add, it just changed it. Alright, now what we'll do is make it so that we can delete posts. Okay, so let's go to let's see, we'll go to our show, and then we want to add a delete button. So I'm going to copy this, paste that in, and this is going to be link to destroy, and let's see, we want to, this is going to be the post path. Okay, we want to pass in post, and let's see, class, we do want the class, but we want to add some other stuff here as well. So let's do that. So we want a method, and that, whoops, we actually don't need that colon there. We want it here, and then here we'll say colon delete. All right, we also want to pass data because we want a confirmation, so we can actually say confirm and then are you sure? Put a comma there, and that should do it. Let's save it and then go to our controller. Okay, and you can see down in destroy, we're going to say post and set that to post.find and params ID. That'll get it from the URL. And then we just want to call post.destroy. Alright, and then we'll redirect. We'll say redirect to posts underscore path. Okay, let's save it. And now if we go to blog post 2, and actually I'm going to change that to delete that text. And let's also change the class to button danger. Okay, so if I click delete, are you sure? Okay, and now you can see that that's been deleted. So in the next video, we're going to talk about relationships and how we can add comments. We're going to add a comments model, and we're going to nest the comments inside of the post model. All right, so we'll do that next. All right, guys, so we have our post controller working with our post model. Now we're going to add in a second model and a second controller for comments. All right, and I'm going to show you how we can nest those within posts. All right, so first thing we'll do here is create a new model. So let's open up our git bash utility or your command line utility, and we'll say Rails G model, and let's say comment. Now this is going to have a username, which will be a string. Okay, it'll have a body, which will be text, and will also have post, and that's going to have a type of references. Okay, because we want that to reference the post model. Alright, so let's go ahead and run that. And what that'll do is it'll create a migration file. So once that's done, we'll take a look at that. Alright, so now let me just refresh this, and then we're going to go into DB migrate and create comments. And you'll see it's going to create a comments table with username, body, and then this references to post. Okay, and we also have this index true, foreign key true. So to run this, we'll go back to git bash, and let's say rake db :migrate. Okay, and that'll go ahead and create the table. All right. Now, in order to associate comments with posts, let's take a look at inside the models. If we go to comment, you'll see that it has belongs to post, and that got put there because we specified the references. All right. Now, if we go to post.rb, we need to just add here for post, we're going to say not belongs to, has many comments, okay, because that's the type of relationship it's going to have. A post can have many comments, and then a comment belongs to a post. Okay, so we just need to define those relationships in the model. All right, when I say relationships and associations, that basically mean the same thing. Now for the routes, Rails actually gives us a really easy way to do this as well. As with most things, we'll go to our routes, and where we have resources posts, we're actually going to just add on to this do. Down here we'll say end, and we're going to nest in here and say resources comments. Okay, and that'll nest the comments routes inside of the posts. Alright, so let's go ahead and save that, and let's take a look at the routes. So we'll go to our git bash and let's say rake routes. Okay, so now you can see up here we have all the comments index, which is post/post ID/comments. We have the new, the edit, all the same stuff we have for posts, except they're nested inside of posts. Now we need to create a controller for comments. So let's say Rails G controller comments. Alright, and once that's done, now we're going to go to our post show view. So down here, show.html. Now we can actually delete some of these because some of them are just basically to process, like create. That's not an actual view that we need. So we can delete that. We can delete destroy. We can delete update. And that's it. Alright, so let's go back to show. Now we want to add a form here to add a comment. Alright, so let's see, we'll go down at the bottom here and we'll put in H3. We'll say add comment. Alright, I'm actually going to copy the form we have in the partial here. Okay, and then we'll paste that in. And as for this form 4, excuse me, we're going to put, we're going to open up a set of parentheses and we're going to say at post and then post.comments.build. Alright, and then down here we don't need this, the error checking. And let's see, this is going to be the username, so let's change this. Okay, we also want to change this. And then for the body, that can actually stay the same because we're still using body. And then submit, that's good. And that should do it. So let's save that and reload this page here. Okay, so missing attribute error in post show. So let's see, it's line 11, so it's the form 4 tag here. Oh, you know what? This should actually be in brackets. So there to here. Alright, let's try that. Okay, so now we have this comment form on our post. Now we need to go to our comments controller and we're going to add here a create method. And in this create method we're going to say at post and we're going to set that to post.find and params, and in here we're going to say article ID or post ID, sorry. Alright, and then let's do comment, set that to post.comments.create, and then we're going to pass in here a variable called comment params, which we haven't created yet, and then redirect to post_path, and we'll pass in post. Okay, so now let's create the comment params, and this is just like with the post. We have to have some set fields. Alright, so this is going to be private, and then we're going to say def comment params. Okay, and then in here we'll say params.require comment, and then dot permit, and then the fields we want, which are username and body. Okay, let's save it. Let's reload this page, and let's see what happens. Submit. Okay, so now that's submitted, but we're not seeing it because we have to add that to our template as well. So we're gonna go, let's see, we'll go above the form, I guess we could do, or you could do below, it doesn't really matter. So in the show view, we'll go above the form, and let's put an H3, and we'll just say comments. Okay, and then we just want to loop through these. So we'll say post dot comments dot each. All right, and then in here, let's see how we want to do this. Let's just put, I guess we'll do a well class. Okay, and then we'll put a paragraph. We'll have the username in strong tags. Okay, so for this we should be able to say comment dot username. Alright, and then we'll get the body. Okay, let's save that. And there we go. There's our comment. Okay, there we go. So we can now add comments to posts. Now you probably want to put these in partials, okay, this comments and then the comment form. So inside views, let me just refresh everything here. Okay, inside views we have our comments folder, and let's create a new file. We'll save it as underscore comments, we'll say comments.html.erb, and let's also create a file called underscore form.html.erb. Okay, and then we're going to grab this and cut it, put that in the comments right here. Okay, then we'll grab the whole form, cut it, put that in form. Alright, and then all we have to do here is render them. Alright, so let's do post dot, actually want to render, so render post dot comments. What's this, missing template? Actually, no, let's not do that. We'll just say render comments slash comments. Alright, there we go. And then we'll do the form comment slash form. Okay. Now let's also put a way to delete comments. Alright, so we're just going to go to our comments partial, and inside the well here, let's see, how do I want to do this? We'll just put a link right here. Okay, so we'll say link to, and let's just make it an X. Okay, actually we'll put some brackets with an X. That'll be the delete link. Alright, and then we want that, we'll say comment dot post, comma, and then comment. Okay, we're going to set a method for that. So method will be delete, and data, and here we'll say confirm. Are you sure? And then we'll end it. Alright, so let's go ahead and reload that. Now we have these X's. So let's go into comments controller, and we want to add a destroy here. Okay, so in here, let's grab this, paste that in. Then we'll do comment equals post dot comments dot find, pass in the ID. Okay, then we want to do comment dot destroy, and then we'll redirect. So redirect to post path, and then we'll pass in post. Alright, save that. And now we can delete comments. So the very last thing I want to do for this application is I want to have some basic authentication so that not just anybody can come in and delete posts or delete comments. Okay, so in the next video I'm going to show you how to implement very simple HTTP authentication. Alright guys, in this video I'm going to show you how to implement very basic HTTP authentication using Ruby on Rails. Alright, so we're going to go into our post controller, and let's go up at the very top here. Okay, and then what we want to do is we want to say HTTP underscore basic authentication underscore with, and then we can basically create a username and password here. Alright, so we'll say name will be Brad, and password will be 1234. Alright, and then this is going to represent everything in the post controller except for the index and show. Okay, so new, edit, all that stuff should be protected. So let's say except, and we'll say except, actually we don't need quotes, index and show. Okay, so that'll protect everything except index and show. And then I'm just going to copy this line here and save it, and then we'll go into comments controller, and up at the top here paste that in. Okay, except for this, let's see, instead of except we're going to say only, and we want only destroy. Okay, so we should only have to authenticate to be able to delete comments. So let's save that. Alright, now what we'll do is go back and say create post. Let's see, undefined method. Let's see, what did I do wrong? HTTP basic authentication with. Oh, it's authenticate, not authentication. Okay, so now create post. Okay, so that should, let's see, let's try to add a post here. Huh. Okay, so it should ask us for a login when we enter this page, and you know what? I might already be logged in from earlier when I was actually creating this. So you know what I'm going to do is open up a different browser. I'm going to open up Firefox, and let's go to localhost 3000 and create posts, and now you can see I'm getting this login box. Okay, so we'll say Brad 1234. Okay, and now we can enter a post. All right, so we're now authenticated. The reason I wasn't getting it here is because I had already authenticated earlier when I was creating this in the first place. Okay, so that's how we can add basic authentication using HTTP. Obviously, that's not something you would want in a production application. I mean, maybe if it's something really simple, but there are other ways, obviously, to authenticate using your database and so on. All right, so that's going to be it for this video, and I'll see you in the next.